We are live, we are good to go. We are good to go, we are live.
Good evening, one and all. On behalf of D Club, I welcome you all for the third edition of our DCC Con, Diabetes Complications and Comorbidities Conference, which is aptly titled for today as Lifestyle is Medicine by our organizing team and the scientific team. A special welcome to all our distinguished faculty and our delegates who have registered on the Sunday afternoon. The D Club and the organizing team of DCC Con wish to thank the distinguished faculty, Dr. Karthik Balachandar, Dr. Meenakshi Bajaj, Dr. Sheila Nambiar, Dr. Professor Dr. R. Palani, Dr. R.P. Rajesh, Dr. K. Satish Kumar, and Dr. N. Kannan, the distinguished faculty who are going to speak for our topic, Lifestyle is Medicine, for accepting our invitation and to share their experiences in empowering knowledge in diabetes. I welcome you all, sir, and thank you once again. And I now invite Dr. Chandrasekhar, the founder secretary and the brain behind DCC Con, to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Karthik Balachandar, and take over the scientific session.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. It gives me, in fact, immense pleasure to invite you all for this conference on lifestyle. So we know that the diabetes is a prototypical example of how unhealthy eating, physical inactivity, and sleep deprivation and stress can result in diabetes. Nowadays, we are moving ahead with the remission. In fact, some of the things we are going ahead with the reversal of diabetes. So this is where we are heading, and right that we have exclusively the importance of these lifestyle, how it can impact the person's life, and how we can do the better care to the patients, as well as we should aim for a remission if possible, the reversal also. So that's where we are heading to. Now we have an eminent speaker with us to talk on the different facets of the lifestyle. I request Dr. Yu Mon to introduce this first speaker.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Karthik Balachandar is MD Gdm Management from JIPMER, consultant endocrinologist and assistant professor, Sri Ramachandra Medical College, Chennai. He has more than 41 publications in the national and international journals. More than that, if we can recollect our late K. Balachandar, the icon of Tamil cinema. Similarly, our speaker today, opening batsman, Dr. Karthik Balachandar, is a well-renowned, well-accepted, an excellent speaker. I request all the delegates to just know what is what about. He's going to talk about how to select and use social media effectively. Without wasting much of our time, I now request Dr. K. Karthik Balachandar to take over the session.
Thank you, sir, for that kind introduction. So, at the outset, I would like to thank Chandrasekhar sir and all D Club members for giving me this wonderful opportunity. So, my talk would be on basically how to use social media, and specifically in the context of social media for doctors. Now, social media, like any other tool, it can be an asset or a liability. And if we use it for fun, and if we waste some time with it, then it becomes a liability. But if we use it for work and specific aims, then it becomes an asset. So whether it is an asset or liability is not something that is inherent in the tool, but in how we use it. So that's the first thing that I want to share. There's no clear demarcation between work and fun when we use social media, but For the context of this talk, we assume that we are trying to use social media for work purposes. Now, what could be a work purpose for a doctor in social media? You might wonder. Now, that is where the rest of the talk or the meat of this talk is going to be on. Now, there is only one thing from this presentation that I want you to take back home. It is this. So, in order to have a successful social media presence, you need to have your own personalized pipeline for the social media. Now, this pipeline consists of four different components. Number one, your goals. Number two, the content you create. Number three, the channel in which you see that content. And number four, the measures of how well that content is doing in different channels so that you can go back to the content, refine it, and then do the whole process again and again. So it's basically the four things rinse and repeat again and again: goals, content, channel, and measures. So we'll see one by one how best to optimize our social media usage. The first part, as I said before, is goals. A goal has to be specific, but it does not have to be single goal. Vast majority of us do not use social media with a single goal in mind. We could have one, two, three, or more than that, but it is ideal for us to restrict our goals to three goals in our mind. So let me give you some starting points as to what your goal can be while using social media. You probably have not talked about this when you opened a Twitter account or Facebook or whatever social media account that you have. But it is important to start thinking about it from now on. Now, one thing could be to humanize your web presence. So patients see you as that sort of a very strict kind of doctor with a white coat and so on. It is important for you to humanize your web presence with some tidbits as to know how you are in real life, how you think, how you interact with people, and that's what humanizing your web presence means. Secondly, to create a funnel for leads. Leads as in people who refer patients to you or give you some information about what to do next with your career. That's called creating a funnel for leads. Then you could establish yourself as a thought leader in your particular specialty. It could be anything: diabetology, cardiology, nephrology. So you could be a go-to person for doubts or thoughts about that particular specialty. That's establishing a thought leadership. Fourth is personal branding. For instance, what you are and who you are, whether like personal branding, you can use social media for that. And you can develop a group of followers, a tribe, so to say, people who think and act the way that you do. That you can do by engaging them in social media. If nothing else, you can at least learn from people about different aspects of your specialty, different things in life, and basically make your life more colorful with social media. You could choose one of these goals, two or three, depending on what you want to achieve with the use of social media. But the important thing is not which goal you choose, but that you choose something and then work towards achieving that goal. Now, once you have chosen a goal, you have to put that goal through these smart paradigm, that is strategic, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time based. For example, let's say you start a blog, then your goal would be something like increase blog leadership by 20% by a particular time, say December 31st. So that's a strategic, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-based goal. Now, what is achievable and what is realistic changes from person to person, and it depends on what kind of resources you have at your disposal. But every goal that you have must be put through these five important pillars. Now, when you have your goals, it is sometimes important to simply write down your goals, whether you're trying to achieve something with social media or life in general. It is important to write down your goals so that they serve as an anchor or as a compass to guide you to where you want to go. Now, back to our pipeline, we have discussed something about the goals, what kind of possible goals can be there for social media, how to refine those goals with a smart framework. Then we need to achieve those goals. So that you can do by generating content to achieve those goals. And obviously, generating some content requires resources. We'll see what kind of resources and what options we have. Now, at the end of the day, whatever content you are creating can be text, it can be video, it can be audio, or it can be um, photos. Content is key because that is your authentic self which you are sharing with the world. And content is basically the most important part of the social media presence. Now, in the initial slides, I told you that you could use social media for fun or for work. If you are mostly using it for fun, you will be on the consumer end of this. Basically, some people create content, it could be videos or text messages or things like that, and you are passively consuming it. What you need to become is a creator of content, any content, but you need to be a creator. So the consumer to creator switch is what we are looking for. Sometimes you can do it yourself. At other times, if you do not have the necessary skill set, you may need to hire someone. For example, I'm not that good at Adobe After Effects. Let's say you think like that. You might hire a designer to make digital assets for you, either photos or videos. But basically, the idea is to be a creator. Either you or someone who works for you becomes a creator, and that is what we mean by content creation. Now, the content that you create should be in alignment with your strengths and with the strengths of the platform in which you are seeding that content. Sometimes you may be seeding it through several different platforms, and each of those platforms have different strengths, and therefore you need to tailor your content to your strengths. For example, let's say you're a cardiologist. It does not make any sense for you to make 5 videos, one on gynecology, one on cardiology, one on some functional medicine, another on dermatology, and another on politics, because it's sort of all over the place. That's not what we are looking for. We need to have a focused content that stems from your strengths and what opportunities that you encounter in your day-to-day life. And of course, all of us have some weaknesses. Some of us may not be that good at technology. Others have, not very good at typing and so on. So you have to basically play to your strengths and then align it with the social media channel that you are trying to seed the content in. So once you have the goals put down, you need and you have decided to make some content, it is useful to have some content pillars. So these content pillars are things, broad-based headings under which your content will usually come. For example, an endocrinologist might have like 50% of his content is for endocrinology, maybe 20% is diabetes, 10% in medicine, tools and tips, advocacy. But it's your pie chart will look different from mine. Mine will look different from a cardiologist and so on. But the idea is to define content pillars so that they act as some kind of a guide for you to see how much of the content that you are creating is related to what you are trying to do. And these content pillars in turn depend on the goals that you are trying to achieve. So next comes the content type, and these content types will decide which kind of social media channel that you want to put it in. For example, a textual content, maybe you have a write-up on, say, HbA1c. Those kind of things are somewhat serious-looking content. They might go into LinkedIn. Facebook is the mother of all social media. Almost everybody has a Facebook account. It has a large viewership, and it's the default. Therefore, anything can be seeded on Facebook, and you need to see how good you are in that particular content type. Let's say your primary strength is standing in front of a camera and making videos, then you could think of yourself as a YouTube native or Instagram native. Of course, these days TikTok is banned in India, so that's not an option. So text, image, or video, which one you can't create best will define and that will determine which kind of channel you can put those content in. Now, it is also important to realize that all things being equal, people tend to watch videos more than images and images more than text. Very few people have the time and energy and the interest to go through large textual wall of content. But it is also easy to create text compared to image, and compared to image, video is much harder to do. So you need to play again to your strengths, again to the needs of what you are trying to do, and strike a balance. But whatever you do, it is important to create content that is channel native. For example, if you make some funny cat videos, it can't be put in LinkedIn. So that's what we mean by channel native content. So how do you create text content? That is simple. You just need a computer, sit and type in the computer. That's the easiest thing to create. Images, you can use several apps. Canva is one of my favorite apps to create image like content. It's very easy to use. You don't have to be a developer or a designer to use these content. It's quite easy. Images, again, FreePic is a source for image related assets. Pixart is a mobile app which I commonly use. Again, there are hundreds of apps out there. These are just some examples of what you can use in your phone or your computer. Video, again, you can create it yourself, or you can use some apps like Adobe Brush or InShot, or if you're the pro level, Premiere Pro or Adobe After Effects, you can use. But then again, majority of the doctors that I know either don't create video content themselves, or they just hire some person to do it, because it's much easier that creating a video or editing that requires a lot of technical skill, and we might rather not waste our time on technical things like that. But the ideas and the content script has to be developed by the doctor, whereas a technical person can help with these kind of extras. We are not getting into the nitty-gritty of each social media channel, what kind of thing works well for those things. But by and large, these are the usual options we have. Then next thing is to be clear about the audience persona that you are trying to reach with every piece of content you create. Let's say you write something about diabetes or diabetic kidney disease. You should be absolutely clear who you are trying to reach. Are you trying to reach doctors? Are you trying to reach specialist doctors? Are you trying to reach patients? If so, what kind of patient? A 40-year-old male. A 40-year-old male in South Chennai will be very different from a 30-year-old guy who is working in an IT sector, or a 16-year-old boy just scrolling through Instagram for some fun pics or photos and so on. So depending on the audience persona or the kind of person that you're trying to reach, you should tailor your content and the channel appropriate. For example, if you want to catch fish, you should go where the fish are. You can't just catch fish in your home just because you are comfortable in your home. That's what we mean by defining the audience persona. So from goals to content pillars to social media channels and to audience persona, each of these steps is basically there to refine your understanding of what you're trying to do with the social media platform. Then again, if you are trying to create some high quality content, sometimes you might need budget for that. Most people don't have a specific budget for marketing unless you are a big shot. If there is no need for you to have a budget, but understand that such a thing is there, and where necessary, you may need to hire someone, either use Fiverr or Upwork to hire people to do things for you. So content creation, dissemination, or tools for either of these things can be bought online, and that can help you in maximizing your reach. So another way of maximizing your reach is to use hashtags in your content. These hashtags basically help increase the reach and create a tribe. Let's say you want to talk about Prader-Willi syndrome. This is Prader-Willi syndrome awareness month. So you can put hashtag PWS. That will reach thousands of people across the world, from US to Australia to Canada, wherever they are. So it will reach all of those people, and that's what increasing the reach is creating a tribe makes. But then again, you all have seen people who overuse these hashtags, produce all kinds of nonsensical looking social media posts, which reek of desperation. That's not what we are trying to do. We don't overdo it. We do maybe 2 or 3 hashtags per content will definitely increase the reach of the content. One of the common ways by which doctors create content is to use awareness as an excuse to create an ad, because let's face it, advertising is not approved and it's basically frowned upon. So you can create awareness videos regarding whatever thing you are interested in, say for example type 2 diabetes or cardiac autonomic neuropathy, whatever you are trying to create awareness. You can do this with any kind of content, text, video, or photos. Sometimes even an audio where podcasting is an option, but that's not social media, so I'm not getting it. So all three kinds of content can be designed as an ad. So how frequently should you post? It depends on how frequently you can create and how much. If you're running a blog, once or twice should be there. If you don't do once or twice a week at least, chances are you're on to some other platform. Therefore, you need to stick to your frequency, and most of your posts should be planned posts. They should not be just half-assed things that are coming here and there and without any particular focus. And to do this, an editorial calendar might work. I don't use this, but I have seen people with dedicated social media admin do things like that. They would post something on Facebook on Monday, then Wednesday something on Twitter, and so on. Now, this might seem like an overkill to you. It does seem like an overkill to me too. But if you are a company or a business or maybe a large clinic who is trying to have a solid online presence, then getting more organized with an editorial calendar will basically help you to streamline things a bit. It may not be necessary for all of us, but it's nice to know that such a thing exists. Now, there are many apps which help you with this editorial calendar, and it's like a post-dated check. For example, Buffer is something like that. You create content and put it in Buffer. Buffer will then identify through artificial intelligence which is the right time to post that content. And while you are sleeping, it will automatically post to Twitter or anything, right? LinkedIn or anything like that. So you don't have to basically worry about what is the best time. Will people see my content, or which is the best time for engagement and all that. All of that will be taken care of by the artificial intelligence. That's the computer's job. Your job is to create the content and put it inside Buffer or Zoho Social or any of these things. So again, these are things that are all of these have some free tier also. They also have paid premium tiers. Nobody, if you're a single doctor with a clinic, you probably don't need a paid tier. But if you're a big organization, then you might start looking at ways and means the editorial calendar can be explained. Now, once we have done the goals, content, and then seeded onto different social media based on strengths of the media as well as our own strengths and the content type, that brings us to the last part, which is how do we know if people are seeing it and are we making any difference or not? That's where each social media platform, if you click on those three dots in those things, explore the areas which you have not yet explored in each of these social media platforms, be it Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, so on. There will always be some audience engagement measures which are free to access. Anybody can see, and you need to see those measures once in a while to see if you're reaching the kind of audience that you reach and how many people are seeing your content. So platform specific analytics are there. They're good for beginners, and then there are other pro tools which can be used which you'll not get into. So we have done all of these goals, content, channels, and then measures to see if things are working. If things are not working, you refine your content to see what is working, what is not working. There's a bit of trial and error here. With over a period of time, you will get the hang of it. At the end of the day, there is also a grave danger that social media can be addictive. Icons of social media are just tobacco farmers and t-shirts. And checking your likes is the new smoking. Wrote Cal Newport in his book Deep Work is extremely true. If we are not careful, we might easily get addicted with all of these things. And more so, like just like children can get addicted, adults also can get addicted to social media. Right now, I'm sitting in an airport. I can see all the people. Not one of them is looking straight up. Everyone is looking down on their phones. So that is the power of social media. So it can be addictive. It's a double-edged sword, and we need to have a good strategy to not get addicted. So that brings us back to the pipeline. At each step, goals, content, channel, and measures, we might need resources to create content, to seed that content, to see if that content is working well, and so on. But it is important to have some idea about each of these spaces so that our presence in the social media is more useful to us. Some useful tips include basically get started. If you don't have a social media account, it's high time that you do. Uh, Second thing is creating content in vernacular languages, Tamil, Hindi, Malayalam, and so on. So if you're good at that, then it is actually more efficacious than English if you're trying to reach the local audience, because the language barrier is smashed there. But if you're not good at typing, then again you can hire someone to do it. Always play to your strengths. What you know, you do instead of just piggybacking onto what is popular out there. Sometimes what is popular may not be the right thing for us to do. And all good things take time. So if you open the social media account, that doesn't mean the whole world will beat up at your door immediately. It takes some time, but again, writing is a skill, and with time it will basically improve. And some of the people can get too caught up in this goal settings and measures and metrics and so on, and the whole thing, their social media presence sounds a little too business like, and it reads like an ad, and nobody comes to social media to see our thinly disguised ads. So we need to be a little bit more friendly and polite and not too business like. And ultimately, the improvement in social media presence is a journey. It's not a destination. Over a period of time, almost all people will have a better usage of social media if we start doing it the right way. So, if there is one final message that I want to give, always be real and be authentic. Don't be just a copycat, or don't do things just because they are cool, but because that is who you are. Be authentic, and within no time you will develop good social media presence. So thank you so much for listening. I once again thank T Club for this wonderful opportunity to share some ideas. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Karthik Balachandra. It's indeed an insightful talk on how a doctor can use the social media app for the, at least for the startups. Like you are given a valuable insight. Dr. Mohan, do we have any discussion here?
As such, there is, no queries till now has come.
No, sir.
Sir, one question to Dr. Karthik. Like, so nowadays, like, so the social media, in fact, they dominate its presence, particularly with regard to the non-communicable diseases. Like, so there are so many things like the rumors and other things. It sometimes it catches up like a fire, like, and it spread fast. Like, in these scenarios, like the awareness is on the one side, it's high. On the other hand, like as a medical personnel, like as a doctor, treating doctor, so we need to impart the right knowledge and other things. So how do you balance this kind of things? So whenever the person comes, like they say that I have seen it in WhatsApp or in Google or some kind of thing, they say. How do you balance this? It's not, I don't say it's a abnormal kind of thing. So how do we go on approach to these patients?
That's a very important question, sir. Information literacy, or it is perhaps the lack of information literacy, is a big problem these days. People cannot distinguish what is true from what is false and what is misleading. Unfortunately, even the major social media platforms don't have a way to report content that is specifically medical misinformation. We cannot report in any social media platform, be it Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, LinkedIn, or any other platform. You can simply create some content, and they just spread it in social media. At such a time, when patients come to us, no matter where they have heard the content, they believe it and they come here. Our first goal is to gently tell them that whatever they have heard or read elsewhere is not scientifically approved, and that kind of misinformation can be dangerous to their health. So it is very important for us to tell this to patients on a face-to-face basis without making them feel like idiots. So sometimes when we do that, it's a very tactful conversation. Otherwise, they might think that doctor is ridiculing us for studying in WhatsApp University or something like that. So we need to be a little tactful in telling them that. And secondly, we also have to give some counter push to those misleading narratives. So anytime obviously truth is at a disadvantage when faced with falsehood. When a lie can spread around the world within minutes, truth takes time to percolate to the minds of our people. But we have to keep on creating positive, useful, and true content so that people tend to get guided in the right direction. So we have to do both proactive measures and face-to-face patient measures, both online and offline, to fight this menace. And together, I think definitely as a community of doctors, we will be able to tackle it, if not eliminate it, but to control the effect or the bad effect of medical misinformation and hearsay to a large extent.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Balachandra. Thank you on behalf of the club, like you've taken strains to deliver this talk amidst your travel and away from Chennai for a while. Thank you very much. Yeah. Next, we move on to the next session. Over to Dr. Jaikumar to introduce Dr. Meenakshi Bajaj on the topic, the concept understanding of medical nutrition therapy in diabetes and in CKD. Over to Dr. Jai.
Yes, we have an eminent speaker for this topic, Dr. Meenakshi Bajaj, PG, DND, MSc, CDE, RD, CCN USA, LLL, Onco, Renal, Diabetes Mellitus, ESPEN, PhD. She is a registered dietitian with 29 years of experience in clinical and therapeutic nutrition. She is a certified bariatric and critical care nutritionist, certified diabetic educator and nutrigenomics consultant, ESPN LLL, certified in renal, onco, obesity, diabetes, metabolic syndrome, enteral parenteral nutrition, pulmonary, pancreatic, liver disease and sports nutrition. Is a state rank holder and best outgoing student in the undergraduate. Presently, she is a dietitian at the Tamil Nadu Government Multi Super Specialty Hospital, Chennai. She is a former dietitian, Institute of Diabetology, Rajiv Gandhi Government General Hospital, Chennai. She is a Chennai chapter convener, NutriPro FAN. She is a National Executive Committee member, Indian Dietetic Association. She is a treasurer of the Association of Diabetes Educators in India. Former president of the Indian Dietetic Association, Chennai chapter. She is a former executive committee member of Nutrition Society of India, Chennai chapter. She has organized several national and international continuing nutrition education programs and workshops. She is author of multiple books, Diet Metrics, Handbook of Food Exchange 2019. She has written chapters in textbooks, journals, and manuals related to nutrition and diabetes. She has received the Best Nutritionist Award 2019 from FITUP Fest 2019. She also received the Sadhana Award 2020 for contributions in the field of clinical and therapeutic nutrition and IAPN Quality Award 2021 Clinical and Therapeutic Nutrition and ESM. She has developed the COVID menu March 2020 for Tamil Nadu State Government Medical Institutions. With this introduction, we'll hand over the session to Dr. Meenakshi Bajaj, Madam.
A very good evening to one and all present here. I'm truly grateful to TCC Con, Dr. Chandrasekhar sir and his entire team for the opportunity to be talking to you about medical nutrition therapy with specific CKD and DM. Give me a moment. I will share my slides. Are my slides visible, sir?
Yes, Madam.
So when we talk of renal nutrition, we need to understand, most importantly, there's a little confusion. Depending on the stage of CKD, one decides on the nutrition therapy. It's in the early stages of CKD 1, 2, and 3, where we want tight glycemic control, tight blood pressure control, which can be achieved with medical nutrition therapy. But unfortunately, as the patient progresses into CKD stage 4, CKD stage 5, you will find that nutrition per se would be just enough to provide the patient enough energy just to prevent malnutrition. I don't think at that stage in CKD stage 4 and 5, nutrition therapy may really help us with good blood sugar control or good blood pressure control. Reason being, that the patient is hardly consuming 500 to 600 calories. So we cannot depend on nutrition at that moment for glycemic control. That time we depend on nutrition to prevent the patient from going into starvation ketosis, hypoglycemia, sarcopenia, and severe protein energy wasting. So today I'll be touching more on the practice points, because CKD, even when we counsel one patient with CKD, one counseling never works. We need at least 2-3 sessions with the renal failure patient in order to help the patient understand why, being the reason being that initially when they were just persons with diabetes, I would say PWDs, we were so strict in saying that you need to consume a lot of fruits, a lot of vegetables. Obviously, the fruits will depend on the blood sugar values, but more of vegetables, fruits, more of plant-based diets. We are not worried about the sodium, potassium, phosphorus, none of them at that moment. So our concentration was more on vegetables, on whole grams, on rajma chana, rongi, black chana, white chana, all those things. But as the patient progresses into CKD, we find that we tell a little reverse. We tell the patient, it does not matter if your blood sugar control is not coming through nutrition therapy. We will have to rely on insulin or other anti-diabetic agents. For now, just feed yourself. So with this little background, I would walk into renal nutrition for persons with diabetes. Obviously, I don't want to sell ice to the Eskimos. All of you all know it's glycemic control, blood pressure, lipid management, and most importantly, smoking cessation, nutrition, and physical therapy. So when we talk of progression of CKD, there is some data from the US which tells us that protein energy wasting is one side of the coin and the other side of the coin is CKD with DM. Life is very, very difficult if the patient is only CKD, and it becomes 10 times more difficult if the patient is diabetic, because still, whatever said and done, we do not want the patient to take some sugars. We do not want the patient to take roots and tubers. We want them to restrict the rice intake and not be a little too liberal. So when it comes to this stage, we see that only about not a major section of the patients see dialysis. Not a major section of the patients see a renal transplant. There could be several reasons, but one important reason is there is mortality even before they have touched dialysis. There is mortality even before they have moved to transplant. This is the scenario in US, but if you see in India, I think the scenario will be even worse. So what I'm trying to say here is a large percentage of population, say 28 to 48%, is undernourished by the time they reach stage 4. By the time they reach stage 5, 75% of undernourished. And if you look at this, what are the various factors of undernutrition? Why do you think it's important to touch upon nutrition? The reason being there is something called reverse epidemiology. When we say reverse epidemiology, you'll be wondering, what am I trying to say? See, for example, we take our bank account. We have a fixed deposit. As and when we grow old, we start using our fixed deposit money to help ourselves during our old age. Probably we are not earning or we don't have a pension coming in, whatever reason may be. So we are using our fixed deposit to do our day-to-day living once we are growing old. The same thing for CKD. What I would say is if a person is overweight and obese in CKD stage 1, it is the right time for the patient to lose weight. Between CKD stage 1 to CKD stage 3, it is the right time for patient to lose weight. When they lose weight, obviously they improve on insulin resistance and bring down the resistance, improve the sensitivity, and obviously all this brings down the blood pressure and the lipid profile. But once they move to stage 4 and stage 5, I already told you they've missed the bus. Now, when they've missed the bus, if that time I'm going to tell my patient, lose some weight, no, I'm not going to do good, because in stage 4 and stage 5, the patient is relying on the FD, on the fixed deposit, which was there in CKD stage 1 to 3. Say, for example, if somebody is 85 kgs in CKD stage 3, by the time he reaches CKD stage 5, he's already lost 5 kgs. I'm minusing the fluid overload and saying he's lost 5 kgs. By the time he reaches dialysis, he's lost another 2 kgs. By the time he reaches transplant, he's lost 10 kgs. So his weight has come down from 85 to 75 kgs by the time he reaches from CKD stage 3 to transplant. Now, if the patient was already 60 kgs, say his BMI was less than 20, at 60 kgs, I'm just giving an approximate number, and saying his BMI was already 17, 18, and he was only 60 kgs, so he will become 50 kgs by the time he touches transplant. So the problem is there. By the time he touches transplant and his BMI is going to come down even further. Unfortunately, there is more morbidity and mortality when the patient is undernourished when he reaches CKD stage 3, 4, and 5. So it's like a fixed deposit. When somebody is obese, he does much better whether he's an onco patient or a renal failure patient. But does that mean that we should keep our patients overweight and obese? No. Definitely up to CKD stage 1 to 3, we need to ensure that the patient is ideal body weight. Now, where else is the problem with protein energy wasting and CKD? Obviously, as a dietitian, I will tell the patient sodium restriction, fluid restriction, potassium restriction, phosphorus restriction, all these restrictions. That itself is going to reduce the appetite of the patient. Second is ghrelin is not doing its job. So there is loss of appetite, anemia, and all these associated factors. In fact, if there is something as small as fluid overload, the patient is breathless while sitting, while lying down, or even little bit of exertion, he has no appetite because already the fluid sitting inside is not allowing the patient to take adequate meal. So when he's not nourishing himself, obviously undernutrition is going to take a toll on it. And sometimes because we are in India, we have a lot of traditions and religious bindings. We don't want to consume a non-vegetarian food or a particular meal, or we want to fast the whole day for so many reasons. I don't say you should keep away from fasting, but at least when you have reached CKD stage 4 and 5, to give up all these taboos and to really concentrate on keeping your muscle mass so that you don't walk into mortality and morbidity. Now, when we talk of the consequences of PEW, should we keep our plate empty? No. If we keep our plate empty, what's going to happen? I suppose my patient is eating only half an idli for breakfast and lunch, say about half kinnam of rasam sadam, and dinner about half an idiyappam. Am I going to tell the patient sodium restriction, potassium and phosphorus restriction? No, because the patient is not even taking 10% of the requirement of potassium, phosphorus, and protein. So based on the 24-hour recall only, I will decide whether the patient requires restriction, even if the serum potassium value is on the higher side and the blood pressure is on the higher side and serum sodium is not so great. But I need to understand the recall. From the recall, I'll get to understand whether I need to restrict the sodium further. Or some patients are, if the moment they come to know CKD, they have a lot of friends, a lot of neighbors telling them, stop salt totally. You see, you will do so well. You see, there won't be fluid overload. I agree. When there is sodium restriction, fluid overload is not going to be playing a part. The blood pressure is going to be better, but does that mean you need to go salt-free? In a country like an Asian country, and today's date, summer is so high at its peak that you're sweating so much. If you're going to go salt-free, definitely you're going to walk into hyponatremia. And if you're hyponatremic, you're drowsy, you're not able to eat, you're pushed to eat hard because you've already taken insulin or anti-diabetic agent, you may actually walk into pulmonary aspiration, and that could lead to another catastrophe or problems. So all these things have to be kept on mind with reference to 24-hour dietary recall. Why? Because PW can cause sarcopenia. Obviously, the inflammatory markers are raised. There could be hospitalization, mortality, just with something called fluid overload. I would want to reiterate this point. Most of us, we do talk to our patients and tell them, say, 700 ml of fluid, 1 liter of fluid, 850 ml of fluid, whatever. We forget to tell them, we spend another 1 minute extra and tell the patient that your fluid includes milk, tea, coffee, rasam, gravy, kanji, all liquids. They don't understand. When you just tell them 800 ml of fluid, most of the patients take 800 ml as water. And suppose the patient is having associated congestive heart failure, we've had it. The fluid overload takes a real toll, which in turn leads to hospitalization often for such patients. Obviously, you see there is a dip in the albumin lipid profile. Yes, sometimes there is a raise in the triglycerides with CKD. There is a dip in the transthyretin. Obviously, weight minus the fluid overload, BMI is on the lower side, and quality of life is on the lower side. But remember, in this list, I would want to make a point on albumin. When it comes to albumin, remember, a low albumin does not mean it is a marker of malnutrition alone. It is first a marker of inflammation. So CKD is associated with an inflammatory status, poor blood sugar throughout a long period of time, poor glycemic variability has been a status of inflammation. All this put together brings down the albumin. Alongside, obviously, the patient is also losing protein in the form of macroproteinuria. But remember, the albumin is going to be on the lower side. because of CKD per se, and it is a marker of malnutrition and mortality. So lower the albumin, more the worse the situation of the patient is. Believe me, how much of a protein you may push, you may not be able to pick up the albumin. For example, even a cancer patient who's had a tumor sitting inside, once the tumor is resected and the patient is on the phase of recovery, definitely the albumin picks up, obviously also with some amount of nutritional intake. But albumin is not a marker of malnutrition. That's the importance which I wanted to share here. Then the other thing is the survival paradox, which I've already mentioned to you, that when a person is overweight or obese, after the third stage of CKD, he actually survives much better than those who are undernourished. So don't keep the plate empty. Remember, dietary counseling will depend on your 24-hour recall. Now, as I mentioned to you, as patient has walked into CKD stage 5, the urea is somewhere around, say, 90, creatinine is around 6.8, 7.2, and the patient is not having any appetite to eat. He's consuming only 400 calories. What do you think you can do? The sugars are somewhere around 300, 350. Already the patient is not eating anything. What more nutrition counseling do you want to do? That is the time when we tell the patients to go on oral nutrition supplements. Now, one important point when it comes to oral nutrition supplements is, when it comes to renal supplements, there are two types of supplements. One of the renal supplements in the markets available are which raise the blood sugar also. So keep away from those renal supplements. But at the same time, there are another set of renal supplements which have, which do not have simple sugars, which at the same time will help to improve blood sugar control. I mean to say, in other words, not worsen blood sugar control, at the same time provide calories with fluid restriction. So this is where a nutritionist plays a role, where she identifies that the patient is having a deficit of 1,000 calories, 1,200 calories from the total energy required. That's when she says the patient is unable to eat, and we would push some oral nutrition supplement just to prevent sarcopenia. Now, when we talk of this, we also talk of a simple term called Nutri-Med Pass. When I say Nutri-Med Pass, what am I trying to say? We say that the patient is having fluid restriction, and the patient may complain and say, morning, I'm taking 10 tablets, madam, afternoon 4 tablets, night another 8 tablets. For this itself, I need half liter of water. So what I usually tell my patients is, add the oral nutrition supplement to the water, consume the medication with it, or you can even add the ONS to the milk, so that nutrition walks in, at the same time medicine walks in, and you are not getting trouble with fluid overload. So when we talk of any patient being handled by a nutritionist, obviously ABCD goes hand in hand: anthropometry, biochemical, clinical, dietary assessment. In anthropometry, we first screen the patient to see whether the patient is at risk of undernutrition. Then we do assessment. The gold standard for assessment in CKD patients is subjective global assessment. If the patient is an elderly patient, we talk of mini nutrition assessment. If the patient is a renal onco patient, then we talk of patient-generated subjective global assessment. So different assessment patterns are available, which we'll have to choose and tailor-make it to the patient. Also, there's a criteria called Glim Criteria, wherein you do both screening and assessment. Then there is body composition analysis. Biochemical assay, we cannot work without the serum sodium, potassium, phosphorus, calcium. All these renal profile is very, very important for us to understand. And at the same time, remember, with anemia and CKD, obviously we cannot rely on the HbA1c values. Functional assessment can be done based on just a simple handshake, or we use a hand grip dynamometer to tell us how functionally active the patient is. Now, these are all the various methods. I don't know how much of interest would this be to you, unless and until you're planning research with renal and DM. Obviously, body composition analysis, BOT-POT method, underwater weighing, DEXA, MRI, body impedance analysis, all these are for research purposes. Otherwise, as I mentioned to you, subjective global assessment is more than enough. If you're going to do a malnutrition inflammation score, along with subjective global assessment, you'll have to add on CRP and albumin. And always remember, there is not one marker for you to assess the nutritional status of a patient. You have to use a combination of markers. As I mentioned to you, SGA is very, very valuable. After SGA, we do serum albumin, but that will talk to us about the risk of mortality, or the prognosis will be discussed with hypoalbuminemia, and how often should we assess the patient. Depending on the CKD stage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you will decide on how often you need to assess the patient for nutritional status. As I mentioned to you, hand grip dynamometry is a very valuable method to talk to us about sarcopenia and CKD. And in another 5 years, you will be seeing people will not be talking the word protein, calorie malnutrition or sarcopenia or muscle wasting. They'll be just using this ICD-10 classification of diseases, which is E44, E46, will be written in the case sheets. And you'll have to determine the nutritional status of the patients based on this ICD classification. What are the goals? Initially, stage 1 to 3, I want good blood sugar control. Depending on, if the patient is going into recurrent hypoglycemia, I may have to adjust the HbA1c accordingly. And there is no ideal percentage. Once again, CKD stage 1 to 3, the carbohydrate will be between 55 to 60%. 10 to 15% can come from protein, remaining from fat. In fat also, less than 7% should come from saturated fat. Rest of it can come from healthy fats. But remember, once they move to CKD stage 4 and 5, the protein comes down further. And there is enough and more data to tell us when you go plant-based, when you go low protein, definitely you are reducing the progression of nephropathy alongside sodium restriction and blood sugar control. Now, when it comes to talking of Mediterranean diet, the whole world talks of Mediterranean diet. But remember, with Mediterranean diet, it's a lot of vegetables, a lot of fruits, a lot of nuts, a lot of fish, a lot of healthy food, but then that healthy food comes along with potassium and phosphorus. Not all patients require a potassium blanket prescription. Each patient, even sometimes in CKD stage 5, we find that the patient's urine output is normal. Serum potassium is doing fairly well, 4, 4.1, not requiring a potassium restriction, but phosphorus is always a cat on the wall. So we definitely choose on the term called leaching. I'm sure all of you all would have heard the word leaching. This word leaching can do leaching away of the potassium as well as the phosphorus. Whether if the patient is requiring potassium restriction or no, but definitely phosphorus restriction usually goes hand in hand with CKD stage 4 and 5. So it's always better to remember, whenever you're choosing on low GI and low GL foods, look for the word potassium in it. For example, tomato may be 0 carbohydrate count, but it's a super source of potassium. So if the potassium is around 4.5 and 5, we do allow the patients to take 1 tomato a day. We allow the patient to take raw mangoes. We allow the patient to take some amount of amchur, some amount of vinegar, citric acid crystals. And lemon may be a source of potassium, but a half a lemon is not going to trouble as much. It's only the 100 grams of lemon, which is a super bumper source of potassium. So you can allow the patient to have half a lemon through the day. So these are little changes which can be tweaked with the help of a dietitian. Now, at the same time, convenient fruits, which are low GI, low GL, and low potassium are APPP. I repeat, APPP, apple, papaya, pear, pineapple. Even the watermelon and the strawberry are also not very, very high in potassium. So you can allow the patient to take, if the potassium is between 4.5 and 5, you can allow the patient to take any one of these fruits, APPP, apple, papaya, pear, pineapple, any one of them during the mid-morning, evening, or bedtime. Or sometimes the patient is vomiting throughout the day because of uremia. You can also allow the patient to take a fruit with an oral nutrition supplement or a cup of milk or a cup of curd as their meal itself. But remember, apple constipates, though it is low in GI and GL, low in potassium also, but it constipates. So many foods which may be low in GI, GL may also constipate the patient. For example, when we talk of millets, millets are super healthy. Oats are super healthy, barley is super healthy. But all these oats, barley, millets are a big no when it comes to CKD stage 4 and 5 because they cannot be leached. And at the same time, they are rich sources of potassium and phosphorus and also some amount of poor quality protein. Now, when we talk of oats, between CKD stage 1 to 3, we do not want the progression of CKD stage 1 to 3 from 3 to 5. So that is the time when we allow the patient to take oats either in the form of a dosa or add it to the wheat flour or add it to your vegetables while cooking because that does reduce the progression of chronic kidney disease. In CKD stage 1 to 3, when we want good blood sugar control, we tell the patient use the Zimbabwe hand jive, maximum amount of vegetable in both your palms, small amount of cereal portion, that's the rice, which should come within the palm size. The protein should come within the palm size. And when it comes to the fat, it should be on the lower side. And you should choose on skimmed milk. Don't wait for, which stage to come for you to choose on skimmed milk. Remember, during CKD stage 1 to 3, we have 3 important points. One is chew count. chew the food really well. At least 32 times you need to chew your meal. Whatever is in your mouth, you need to chew it at least 32 times. It may be a tall order, but that is the right thing, right way towards satiety, weight loss, improvement in insulin sensitivity. Second is the food order. In CKD stage 1 to 3, there is not much restriction. Only sodium restriction is there. So that time you tell your patient, first take the fiber, that is the salad or the koot or the sundal or the vegetable soup, and then take your protein. That protein could be your dal, sambar, sundal, koot, or it could be a curd raita, and then finally take the rice or the chapati. How will you eat the rice and the chapati? Again with the vegetable or with the dal or the koot. Suppose you're a non-vegetarian, you start your meal with the vegetable salad, then you take the egg white or the chicken or the fish, and after that only you will take your cereal portion, that is the rice or the wheat. Now, when you come to stage 4 and 5, I already mentioned to you, you should restrict your wheat to 50 grams a day because it's a super source of phosphorus and potassium. You cannot leach the wheat. And you keep away from oats and little millets. In case you are not able to keep away from oats and little millets, you replace it with 50 grams of wheat. As I mentioned to you, once we are in CKD stage 1 to 3, the protein restriction is about 0.8 grams. Now, if the patient is on ARB and ACE inhibitors, still there is a progression of nephropathy. By increase in macroproteinuria, you have no choice but to reduce the protein further from 0.8 to 0.6 grams. Also remember, some of the patients are put on keto analogs. When they are put on keto analogs, you need to restrict the protein further. So those patients who are following a keto diet or a paleo diet and they're already in CKD stage 1 to 3, believe me, they will progress so fast that there will be no return to it. Not only because of raise in urea and creatinine, also there is a raise in the uric acid levels. And basically anybody with hyperuricemia needs a purine restricted diet. You know, if there is no fluid restriction, then it's not a worry. If there is fluid restriction, then you're in trouble. And third thing, sodium restriction goes hand in hand with hyperuricemia. So the my plate is different for a CKD patient. It needs to be tailor-made, and plant-based protein is better than animal-based protein. And remember that the more the protein, more the phosphorus, more the increase in metabolic acidosis. And always remember, whenever the protein is consumed in form of red meat or non-vegetarian food sources, phosphorus is high. And whenever you choose on vegetarian food, even if the phosphorus is on the higher side, remember it can be leached. Or the second thing is the phytate in the vegetarian food does not allow the phosphorus to be bioavailable. So these are certain foods which are a big no anyways, whether you're DM or whether you're CKD, because of the cholesterol content, phosphorus content also. So I mentioned to you about keto analogs. Go low on protein when you're on keto analogs. Remember the rule that you should not choose on processed foods because they are bumper lotteries of sodium. Just one packet of instant noodles can meet at least 1,500 milligrams, more than 50% of your sodium requirement for a day. So keep away from processed foods. Avoid salt to the rice when you're cooking, when you're adding to the chapati dough, or you're adding soda, cooking soda, baking powder to your foods like preparing chana, rajma, rongi, or all the whole grams. Keep away from salt as much as possible. Remember, all salts are sodium, whatever said and done. And remember to tell your patient, if your patient is already on a potassium salt prior to CKD stage, 2 or 3, remember to tell the patient to call off the potassium salt. Otherwise, we are only going to see hyperkalemia, and this may be missed out of mind that the patient is already on an Himalayan salt, pink salt, pure salt. Safer to consume a simple table salt in restricted quantities. I would say if somebody is normal, like you and me, a healthy person requires 5 grams of salt. Somebody with DM or DM with hypertension, 4 grams of salt. Walks into CKD, 3 grams of salt. Walks into end stage of CKD, 2 grams of salt. And depending on whether there is ascites or congestive heart failure, you may have to restrict the sodium further. But remember, 1 gram of salt is equal to 4 pinches of salt. Small 4 pinches of salt is 1 gram of salt. If I'm to tell in a teaspoon, if I say it in the vernacular language, ara teaspoon talatatti. Ara teaspoon talatatti is 3 grams of salt. But remember, whenever we are talking of salt, if I say 5 grams of salt, I'm supposed to give my patient 4 grams visible salt, and 1 gram invisible sodium comes from the rice, wheat, dal, vegetable, fruit which you are consuming. And always follow the renal exchange list in order to do the calculations. And remember that potassium can be leached. Leaching process are 3 methods. The best method is pressure cook it, discard the water, and do the seasoning. Whenever you do the seasoning, do it without dal, coconut, and tomatoes. You can use probably 1 tomato per day. Remember, all these are nephrotoxic. So anything which is processed is a big no. And artificially sweetened area, remember, no asulfame potassium because that can raise the serum potassium values. Remember a GDM. If a GDM can be handled, you can prevent maternal renal disease. The prevention is better than cure. I would always say, when it comes to a renal failure patient, a patient-centered communication style should be employed that incorporates patient's preferences, assesses his literacy, his understanding of numbers, and cultural barriers to care in order to have best outcomes in terms of preventing the progression of CKD to, requiring dialysis or a transplant. And I would say prevention is better than cure. So keep your waist circumference less than 80, fasting less than 80, diastolic less than 80, LDL less than 80, HDL greater than 80 by 2, and TGL less than 80 into 2, BMI less than 80 by 4, greens and vegetables greater than 80 into 6, that is at least 500 grams per day, fish and salt, all of them, if you follow the rule of 80, it will do wonders in order to keep your blood sugar well under control and live healthily up to 80. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your nice talk. And we may take some questions from the audience, madam.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Yeah, Jay, you got any questions?
Particularly, you talked in general about the CKD, madam. Particularly, what is the final take-home message like that? What you want to tell, madam? Like
say,
that,
for example, if I want to tell my patient what sort of a diet he and she has to consume, if you're in CKD stage 1 to 3, morning to night, the patient can take, the first thing is the salt. I'm only worried about the salt first, the fluid second. In CKD stage 1 to 3, I'm not worried about the fluid restriction, neither the potassium, neither the phosphorus. So I'm going to tell the patient to strictly follow a glycemic friendly diet. Choose on lente carbohydrates or those carbohydrates which are resistant starches or those which have a second meal effect. In the sense that first thing is follow the food order. First the fiber, then the protein, and then the carbohydrate. Second is the chew count. Third is you choose on foods like oats, barley, which are more of lente carbohydrates, which have delayed gastric emptying. And fourth important thing is those foods which have a second meal effect. When I say second meal effect is, for example, all the samai, tinai, varga, tel, varga, all these little millets can be dry roasted and equal portion, if the lady in the house can learn how to prepare millet idli, millet dosa, oats idli, oats dosa, vegetable dosa, whatever vegetable is at home, add it to the vegetable dosa batter and prepare a vegetable dosa. These small tips take a big way when it comes to good blood sugar control, where I'm not worried about potassium and phosphorus. Only thing I need to worry is cut down my non-vegetarian food in the CKD stage 1 to 3 to as low as possible. And the dals or the sundal variety can be consumed at least probably once a day, and remaining 2 times a day, keep away from dal, because we are still wanting to bring down the protein a little bit. And salt, as I mentioned to you, I want to have only 3 grams of salt, which means I will not allow more than 10 pinches of salt a day, because 2 pinches I will lead to invisible sodium. So not all the sodium-rich foods like pickle, papad, vattal, malaga pudi, uppu biscuit, uppu bread, uppu kadala, soda maaf samyala, all these sodium-rich foods have to be out. So CKD stage 1 to 3 is handled based on the urine output plus 500 ml is the fluid restriction. In that, I would tell all my patients to restrict their milk and milk products to only 300 ml per day. So tea, coffee, milk, curd, everything fits within 300 ml per day. Suppose the patient is a vegetarian, not able to consume 2 egg whites per day, which I want all my renal failure, whether you're CKD stage 1 or CKD stage 5 on dialysis, all of them to consume at least 2 egg whites daily, because they need that much amount of high biological value protein every day. And milk has to be only skimmed milk. And dinner, Most importantly, in CKD stage 1 to 3 or any other stage, you will see just a diabetic. I don't want my patient to progress from CKD 1 to stage 3 at all. So that is the time where I'll tell my patient, lose weight. This is the time, lose some weight, come to your ideal body weight. Second is maintain strict blood sugar and blood pressure control. So no keeping table salt on your table. Don't you forget pickle forever for life. The third important thing, now the patient has walked into CKD stage 4. The problem really begins now because, as I mentioned to you, patient is hardly eating. So now I would tell my patient, if you're going into recurrent hypoglycemia, it's okay, have some potato, have some carrot, have some beetroot, no problem. But leach it and have it so that the potassium does not raise and you're having at least 100 to 130 grams of carbohydrate per day in order to prevent you from starvation, ketosis, and hypoglycemia. I may be talking this language little different and odd for a diabetologist to listen and say that I allow my patient to have a little bit of potato. It's okay. I usually tell my patient, no appam, idiyappam puttu during CKD stage 1 to 3. After they've progressed into CKD stage 4 and 5, they need some amount of simple carbohydrate walking in for the brain to function, for them to walk, move, even though go to a doctor, they don't have the energy. So that is the time I allow the patient, you want to have little rice for dinner, doesn't matter, have little rice, but eat. That is where the oral nutrition supplement walks in because it gives them basic energy to prevent them from hypoglycemia. Now they walked into dialysis. This is the important time when you need to tell your patient, before we had told you protein restriction. Now we have to tell you to take more protein because if you don't take protein now, you're going to be in trouble. You're going to be at risk of recurrent infections. In fact, I've had patients with fluid restriction who walk into a swimming pool to drink water. Can you imagine? And such patients, when they have poor nutritional status, if their protein has not been enhanced the right way, with the right counseling, unfortunately, you see a lot of tuberculosis with CKD, type 2 DM, and poor nutritional status. So people may wonder why I'm harping around oral nutrition supplement, but that's my only blessing at that moment because the patient is not eating. Even 100 ml of oral nutrition supplement goes in, I know 220 calories has gone in, 10 grams of protein has gone in. Suppose I choose on those who are on dialysis, I choose on a high protein supplement. But that's where the mistake comes, not all doctors are kind about blood sugar control. It's important to differentiate between the two renal supplements, which is one is a low protein supplement, one is a high protein. Low protein I'm using in CKD stage 4 and 5. I'm using a high protein supplement for those who are on dialysis or who have just had a transplant. For those patients, I should remember to choose which is glycemic friendly. Also remember, these renal nutrition supplements are super sources of fat. They have very high amounts of fat. So keep that in mind. You'll have to keep checking on the cholesterol and the triglycerides, otherwise you'll miss the bus there. These are certain important points which we need to keep in mind. And you need to tell the patient, they will tell me, madam, sundal saapda sonninga ipa vandanu solringa. I have no choice. Because the more the sundal I'm going to give, more the potassium is going to raise, phosphorus is going to raise, and the urea is going to raise. But if I'm able to adjust the sundal, leave out the sambar, take the sundal, cut down the wheat, cut down the oats, and replace it with rice because it's going to give me less of protein, I'm going to prevent the progression. Believe me, one session of renal failure with DM is not enough for anybody to get the hang of it. Similarly, for a renal failure patient also, we need to spend at least 2-3 counselings in order to take them to the right path. Otherwise, we'll keep them confused. Beginning, before CKD, we used to tell them, sundal daily saapdunga. Once they walked into CKD stage 4, sundal vanda. Dialysis appo, sundal adhigama saapdunga. What are we doing? So this thin line has to be organized and explained to the patient. Otherwise, the patient is going to be confused and their friends and relatives, amazing. Mullangi tanni kudinga, barley water tanni kudinga, all these tannis will help as a diuretic. They are all bumper sources of potassium. And I want to make a mention. I hope, all of you all are stalwarts, but we've seen a lot of renal failure during the COVID-19 with Kabasura Kudinir, with all the herbal concoctions coming to me with 6.7 potassium, 6.8 potassium, eating every herbal concoction which is available in the market to boost their immunity. So a renal failure patient has to be handled very delicately, I personally feel. And hyperkalemia, hyperphosphatemia. We've also seen patients with hypercalcemia. It's very, very odd. Usually we see a dip in the calcium and a raise in the phosphorus. But these patients are put on calcium supplement and forgotten. They are on dialysis, 1,500 milligrams of calcium. The patient has got hospitalized for hypercalcemia. So every little thing has to be understood and explained to spend at least 45 minutes to 1 hour with a renal failure patient to really do good to the patient. That's what I would say.
Another question
Madam,
from the audience, madam. Any
Madam,
specific
Dr.
idea?
Parandaman.
Yes, sir.
Madam, Dr. Parandaman speaking.
COVID.
Madam, Dr. Parandaman speaking, madam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It was a wonderful lecture. Really, every slide was very informative. It is really need of the hour. If you know about the medical nutrition therapy, especially for the CKD patients, very nice. We are only concentrating on the salt and water restriction. Of course, protein balancing like that because of the sarcopenia. Is there any restriction for carbohydrate in the stage 1, stage 2? What type of
Stage 1, 2, yes. Stage 1, 2, strictly you follow a high complex carbohydrate, low GI, low GL meal in order to prevent, the progression of CKD due to poor glycemic control. So we want strict blood sugar control, CKD 1 and 2.
That's
From
correct.
2 to 3, they have slipped. And that's like on 50-50 ratio. 4 and 5, forget carbohydrate. Because you are not going to give protein. What are you going to give them?
No, for example, the patient asks, shall I take idlis? How many idlis I can take? Can I shake?
In the stage, sir. Which stage?
This is stage 3, 4 only.
Okay, stage 3, 4, sir. One idli kuda saapda matanga.
Yeah, that's there. Suppose sometimes I add. So whether
Sir, once they have crossed stage 3, don't worry. The patient is not going to eat. It is only stage 1 to 3 that you have to worry and tell them 3 idli porom pa. Adukku mela theva illa nambalku. Dosaya saapriya, kaigiri dosaya saapdu. That will help us much better. You'll have satiety. You will not have a postprandial peak going up. So stage 1 to 3 is the time where we need to really hold the reins.
Okay.
But don't worry in 4 and 5 because 4 and 5 your protein is 0.6 grams. Carbohydrate kuda kudukalana ennada kudukka porom.
That's what. Sometimes some people they eat. Not everyone they have less appetite. There are some people still eat.
Yeah, CKD 4 they eat, sir. Still 5 we don't see them eat.
5 they don't take much. Wonderful. Very nice, madam. Very nice talk. Really enjoyed your lecture and learned a lot from your lecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Next, madam, I have one question.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Madam, recently I think we are having a lot of patients more fond of having this intermittent fasting. Because most of the celebrities have been implementing all this intermittent fasting. But recently, NEJM clearly declared that intermittent fasting is not shown any benefit for the diabetes.
Time restricted diet and calorie restricted diet are the same. The beautiful paper just published and released now.
But what is the role of this, madam, in CKD 1 or CKD 2 our diabetic patients?
Sir, when we are saying that time restricted diet is equivalent to calorie restricted diet, why are we torturing our patients? Yes. If we want to torture our patients, then we have to remember to adjust their gliptins. Give them more gliptins so that they don't go into hypoglycemia. Otherwise, these elderly patients are the one who is walking into CKD, sir. When they are in their late 50s or early 60s, they are walking into CKD. And is that the time for us to try intermittent fasting for those who are walking into CKD and then adjust their insulin, adjust their gliptin? I don't think that's the right thing for those who are walking into CKD. In fact, it's unfortunate that some of these CKD patients are put on bariatric surgery also, sir.
And madam, most of our patients are more fond of having a lot of kheera, green leafy vegetables. But in the case of end-stage renal disease but what is the recommendation on these green leafy vegetables? What is recommended?
100% they can eat green leafy vegetables provided they leach them. 100%. I'll tell you one thing. With fluid restriction, you are having constipation also. It's a very big issue, practical issue. Patient is not physically active. Patient is not eating enough. You are not going to give fiber because of worry of potassium. I say you leach the green leafy vegetable. So many patients will tell me, madam, Dr. Keera thodave vanantanga. I said, you leach it. No, why are you worried? Once you leach it, the potassium is out, phosphorus is out. At least the fiber is going inside. It will help you prevent your constipation. If there is some amount of glycemic variability, that also it will help. Okay. And Keera does not have only potassium phosphorus. It has got a lot of polyphenols, a lot of antioxidants, a lot of beta carotene, so many other health benefits.
Thank you, ma'am.
It will keep your gut also healthy.
Thank you.
Question
but
from
we
the
should
audience.
teach them how to leach. That's important.
Yes, madam.
We are going to give them half-cooked method of bleaching. That's not going to do. See, there are 3 methods of bleaching. I do not know if we have the time to talk. If you have the time, then I will mention the 3 methods of bleaching. Or if there is interest, then I will say it.
Yes,
Please
madam.
go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, one is you soak it overnight in warm water. Peel the vegetable, chop it finely, soak it overnight in the night in warm water, throw away the water in the morning. So many patients will tell you, Madam, எல்லாம் சத்து இறங்கிடுச்சு. இப்போ என்ன பிரயோஜனம் அந்த சக்கையை சாப்பிட்றதுக்கு? It has still got some amount of nutrition in it. Don't think it is nutrition free. It has still got some amount of nutrition. Whatever is lost is the B vitamins, potassium. Don't have to worry about it. B vitamins can be replaced with some B vitamin supplement. And most of our diabetic patients are on B vitamin supplement invariably. So we don't have to worry about that. And if it is in excess, it's going to be excreted. So that problem is solved. Second method is you peel it, put it in boiling water for 4 hours. Discard the water. Then you prepare it the way you want. Third easiest method for anybody and everybody, easiest method is pressure cook the vegetable, throw away the water and season it. நிறைய பேஷண்ட்க்கு என்ன சொல்லுவாங்கன்னா தண்ணியை நீக்கிடுங்க, but they will forget to tell them தாளிச்சிடுங்க. So they will only eat boiled vegetable and they'll say, I cannot eat this vegetable. So we need to complete our prescription. We cannot tell them வெறும் லீச் பண்ணிட்டு சாப்பிடுங்க. லீச் பண்ணிட்டு சாப்பிடுங்க, தாளிச்சு சாப்பிடுங்க. தாளிக்கும் போது எல்லாமே போட்டுக்கோங்க. தனியாத்தூள் வேண்டாம், தனியாத்தூள்ல பொட்டாசியம் ஜாஸ்தி, அது மட்டும் வேண்டாம். மிளகா வச்சுக்கலாம், ஜீரகம், கடுகு, மிளகு எல்லாமே போட்டுக்கலாம், எல்லாம் கரம் மசாலா போட்டுக்கலாம். ஆனா சட்னி சாப்பிடும் போது வெங்காயம் சட்னி எடுத்துக்கோங்க, பேருக்கு புதினா போட்டுக்கோங்க, நிறைய புதினா வேண்டாம், நிறைய கொத்தமல்லி வேண்டாம், தக்காளி சட்னி வேண்டாம், தக்காளி குழம்புல போட்டுக்கோங்க, ஃபுல் டே சமையல்ல ஒரு தக்காளி போட்டுக்கோங்க, but don't have only தக்காளி சட்னி. So those small nuances are important to tell our patient. நிறைய பேர் என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, பாயில் பண்ணி தண்ணி கொட்டிடுவாங்க. அது 3 முறை பண்ணணும். Add fresh water, boil, add fresh water, boil, throw away the water. Every boil takes not more than 5 minutes. அவ்வளவே தான். So in 15 minutes, your boiling process and thrown away the water is out. But I would say easy method is pressure cook and discard the water. So you are helping your patient with the green leafy vegetable, with the vegetable, and you are talchifying it with whatever spices you want. புளி யூஸ் பண்ணுங்க, மாங்காய் யூஸ் பண்ணுங்க, ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை.
What is the role of almonds and walnuts in CKD 3 and 4?
No, sir. If you want to give it, then your dietitian should help in protein calculation. And she has to leach the walnut and leach the almond. Almond can be leached. Walnut leaching is a project. I don't think it will really work. Almond you can leach and give, but you have to remember, you have to adjust it with the protein what you're taking. In CKD stage 1 to 3 is fine. You remove one idli and have one 8 to 10 almonds is fine. Start your meal with nuts, not a problem. Or take a snack as nuts, not a problem.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, madam. 2 questions from the audience.
Yes,
one is asked, in patient on pure vegan diet, they are prone for any vitamin deficiencies? Madam?
100% vitamin B12 deficiency is there. And vitamin B12 deficiency, one thinks of only neuropathy. Other than that, you also have to think of, there is a risk of CA stomach. There is a risk of CA stomach also. Apart from that, you have calcium deficiency, you have iodine deficiency, you have to use iodized salt, you have to use calcium as a supplement if you're not taking enough of nuts and greens because you're vegan. And your protein can be managed even if you're vegan. It is not difficult to manage protein. It can be managed even if you're vegan. But definitely calcium, vitamin D, protein, B12, all these have to be, planned. It has to be done under supervision, or the bioavailability has to be planned with complementary cooking. That is, when we talk of complementing cereals with pulses, then you get the good quality protein if you're a vegan. But you need to remember to take nuts and greens. Otherwise, where will you go for your calcium?
Another question from the audience, madam. In whether normal people can follow paleo diet?
Sir, first thing they need to understand what is paleo. Paleo is no cooking. 3 வேளையுமே சமைக்காம சாப்பிடணும். No salt, no sugar, no oil. That means what are you left with? You are left with fruit and vegetable. இது 2 மட்டும் முழு வேளை சாப்பிடணும், 3 வேளை சாப்பிடணும். சாப்பிட முடியுமா? Is it sustainable? சாப்பிட்டா ரொம்ப நல்லது. I will say very, very healthy. If you're going to have cucumber salad for breakfast, lunch, takali salad with some velri pinje, vengayam, and dinner you're eating fruits, in between you're eating fruits, I think it's amazing. Absolutely healthy. But then I don't think you can meet your calcium requirement. Definitely you may not meet your calcium and protein requirement. And also if you are going to go pseudo paleo, the whole world is actually not taking paleo, it's taking pseudo paleo. Uppu potukranga, non-veg edutukranga. They are adding salt, they are adding sugar, they are cooking, they are adding oil, they are adding nuts. But in the name of paleo, they're eating keto diet. So that's all, they need to understand what is paleo. Paleo was 12,000 years ago. That time they were only hunting and gathering and eating. What were they hunting? They were hunting only small, lean animals. Only coastal fish they used to smoke and eat. They never used to hunt, goat and eat. All that they never used to eat. They used to eat the nuts, the herbs, the fruits, the vegetables which were around them. That was very, very healthy. In the name of paleo, they're eating so much of non-vegetarian food. What will happen to the trimethyl amino oxide? And gut dysbiosis. And gut dysbiosis is enough to, cause all non-communicable diseases.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for the informative lecture, madam. It's quite enlightening to see the medical nutrition therapy. How does it plays in different roles? In different stages of the kidney disease. That we need to understand, and it's more important is the education of the patient. Keep educating on with the course of the disease. The education is a paramount important. That's a real difficult and a challenging one. So we do agree with you, madam. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you so much, sir.
You delivered a very good lecture, madam. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah. Next, we move on to in continuation of the diet and social apps and other things. We do know that so the lifestyle changes, or rather the lifestyle management in the diabetes. So diabetes, we know that it's a much awaited event and it's a glorious event. There are two challenges what we face nowadays. The one is the people, of course, other than the family history and other things, the late pregnancy and the late marriage, there are so many the socio economic factors that is contributing to the pre-gestational diabetes as well as the gestational diabetes. Most of the people, they do not know what to take. Once they become diabetes, once they are having the higher hyperglycemia, they do not know what to take or what to do. That's a kind of a dilemma happens. The second part of it is more, kind of educated people or affluent people, they read about all these kind of things, and they started doing under eating, believing that they can bring down the blood sugar without insulin. So instead of gaining weight, then in fact they lose weight. So this is two kind of situations what we are currently we are confronted with in our clinical practice. So to talk on these, not only the dietary management, the fitness, exercise part of it, particularly, no diet would be complete without an appropriate exercise prescription, particularly in a novice period like pregnancy. We have with us Dr. Sheila Nambia. Can I have the introductory slide of Dr. Sheila Nambia? Priya? Yeah, we have with us Dr. Sheila Nambia with us. She's a board-certified lifestyle physician from British Society of Lifestyle Medicine, and she's a fitness consultant and a positive psychologist. And currently, she is holding the president of the Indian Society of Lifestyle Medicine, and she is an advisory council member of the Global Positive Health Institute. And she has written authored a lot of books. Some of the books are very well known and known to every one of us. The Get Size Wise and Gains to Lose and Fit After 40. So these are all some of the books which are instant hit once they are released. And she is also a popular TED speaker. Now we have Dr. Sheila Nambia, who is going to talk on the lifestyle management of the GDM, the untold secrets, what she is going to reveal. Let us listen to Dr. Sheila Nambia. Yeah.
Good afternoon to you all. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me to talk about this very important aspect of management of gestational diabetes, namely the lifestyle modification, which is often overlooked but has a great potential to help with the management and prevent the adverse pregnancy outcomes. So let me share my screen. So GDM is a glucose intolerance that is first recognized in pregnancy, usually in the second trimester, and that appears to disappear mostly following delivery. The primary aim of GDM management is to optimize glucose control and improve pregnancy outcomes. So in this talk, I will be discussing the modifiable lifestyle factors influencing the management of GDM. I will go into some detail regarding diet and exercise with evidence and recommendations, and touch upon other aspects of lifestyle modification that need to be addressed. The primary aim of GDM management is to optimize glucose control and improve pregnancy outcomes. Initial management of GDM should always involve diet modification and the implementation of exercise. Lifestyle modification alone is sufficient to control blood glucose levels in 70 to 85% of women with GDM. If the adequate control of glucose is not achieved, then the woman will generally be prescribed the anti-diabetic medication. The recommended quintet approach for GDM includes maternal education as at the center, with diet modification, exercise, pharmacotherapy, and fetal surveillance all interlinked in order to provide the best possible results for management of gestational diabetes. There are many risk factors for gestational diabetes, some of which, of course, are unmodifiable, such as ethnicity, which may play a role in GDM development, as elevated incidences have been reported in certain ethnic subgroups like the Indians and Southeast Asians. Maternal age of over 35, history of PCOS, family history of diabetes mellitus, pregnancy-induced hypertension, and incidence of GDM is 30 to 60% greater in those women who have experienced the disease in a previous pregnancy. There are, however, several modifiable risk factors, which include poor nutrition and diet, particularly high in refined sugars with high glycemic index and fat content. That has been thought to increase the risk of GDM hypertension in pregnancy. Overweight and obesity is also a modifiable risk factor and is a strong predictor of GDM. And this is a finding that leads us into the discussion of lifestyle-related factors that are modifiable. Hypertension is also a non-communicable disease and found to have a relative risk of developing GDM up to twice as much when compared to women who don't have hypertension. So we're going to be addressing these modifiable risk factors which are easily influenced using various lifestyle modifications. Weight gain in women with GDM has been found to lead to adverse outcomes in pregnancy, such as an increased risk of hypertensive disorders, cesarean sections, and LGA babies, as shown in several studies. So the recommendation for the total weight gain during a singleton pregnancy is as follows. When one is underweight with a BMI of less than 18.5, approximately 12 to 18 kilos is acceptable. Normal weight, 18 to 24.9. 11 to 16, overweight 7 to 11 kilos, and obese, that is more than 30, 5 to 9. But we need to keep in mind here that for Indians, a BMI of 23 and above is considered to be overweight. And so the weight gain recommendations are slightly lower for the Indian population. These weight gain guidelines are based on the studies that indicate that women whose weight gains are outside of these recommended ranges are at an increased risk of adverse maternal and neonatal outcomes. The additional calorie requirement in pregnancy divided into the three trimesters is as follows, but there's no sufficient evidence to suggest that the energy requirement for women with GDM should be any different from the normoglycemic women or suggest a specific optimal calorie intake for women with GDM. Assessment of total energy requirement during pregnancy in GDM is based upon the trimesters, although there's no international agreement on the exact calorie requirement during all these 3 trimesters. In women with GDM who already accomplished recommended weight gain, weight stabilization needs to be the goal, and calorie restriction may be required. In women who are obese and GDM, a 30 to 33% calorie restriction has been shown to reduce hypoglycemia, plasma triglyceride levels, and plasma triglyceride levels. The key is to pay attention to the weight gain and restrict the weight gain, especially those women who are already overweight. So what kind of diet do we recommend in GDM? Digestion and absorption of carbohydrates causes an increase in blood glucose levels. So postprandial hypoglycemia is primarily dependent on carbohydrate intake. There's no international agreement on an appropriate amount of daily carbohydrate intake for women with GDM. Some guidelines, however, recommend that daily carb intake of only a few clinical trials compare low-carb diets with higher carb diets. For instance, Hernandez et al. Had compared a low carb versus high carb of 40%, low carb being 40% carbohydrate with 60% as the high carb in a randomized crossover trial. The 60% carbohydrate consists of a higher complex carbohydrates, and the low carb diet resulted in a low postprandial glucose, low daytime mean glucose concentrations, lower 2-hour postprandial, and a lower 24-hour total glucose area under the curve when compared to 60% carbohydrate diet. However, even in the group that was receiving the 60% carb diet, the postprandial glucose still remained below the current targets of 1 hour less than 140 and 2 hours less than 120. No differences for fasting glucose was found. So these results were quite conflicting, except that we need to keep in mind that even in the high carbohydrate diet, the higher carbohydrates were mainly complex carbohydrates and not refined carbohydrates. We also need to keep in mind that when carbohydrates go very low, the chances of fat intake tends to be higher. Serum fatty acids increase, and insulin resistance can also increase. So including even if it is a high carbohydrate diet, the focus should be on complex carbohydrates. A daily meal frequency of 3 main meals with 2 or 3 small snacks is recommended. The reason for this is to avoid excessive food intake in one single meal, and more specifically to reduce the glycogen load, the glycemic load in individual meals, and to keep the blood sugar levels on an even keel. The protein intake recommendation is very similar to the general nutritional advice in normal pregnancies. So the Institute of Medicine recommends about 10 to 35% of the energy to come from protein during pregnancy. And this is an estimated average of about 0.88 to 1.5 grams per kg per day, with a minimum requirement of about 71 grams per day of protein. So the question arises, animal versus plant protein, which is better? Animal proteins are often considered as complete proteins as they contain all 9 amino acids, while plant proteins are considered incomplete as they may be deficient in one or the other amino acid. However, a variety of plant proteins consumed through the day, a diverse variety of vegetables, fruits, nuts, beans, and seeds will provide the sufficient amount and numbers of essential amino acids. So vegetarian and vegan diets have been extensively studied in pregnancy, and they've been found to be quite safe, as seen by these various studies. A review by Piccoli et al. Found that vegetarian and vegan diets during pregnancies with sufficient energy and protein supply in the setting of no financial constraints found that both diets were absolutely safe, but may need to be supplemented with iron and B12. An RCT of animal versus soy protein applied for 6 weeks in 68 women with gestational diabetes showed lower fasting levels, lower insulin levels, lower HOMA-IR, and lower triglyceride levels in the plant protein group. This RCT was by Jamilin et al. Another RCT by Sarati et al. On a soy protein-based protein-rich versus high-fiber diet in GDM showed a reduction in the need for exogenous insulin in the soy diet group, where both the arms of the treatment were isocaloric. However, it may have been because of the low glycemic index in the soy group or the protein group rather than the actual protein itself. Saldana et al. Concluded that the beneficial effect of plant proteins on gestational diabetes might not be directly attributable to the source of the protein, but rather on the reduction of the other nutrients that are associated with increased risk of GDM, like carbohydrates and higher fat. So what is the recommendation for fat? The recommended amount of fat in dietary treatment of GDM is similar to that with general nutritional advice for non-diabetics. That is 20 to 35% of calories from fat, keeping saturated fats and trans fats to the minimum, adding omega-3 fats from flax seeds or walnuts, which are the vegetarian sources. And there are some studies, despite some studies reporting a positive effect of supplementation of fish oil, there's still conflicting results. And based on the current evidence, routine supplementation of fish oils cannot be recommended or refuted. Now, in the recent years, the role of gut microbiome in regulating metabolism microbiome plays a very significant role in the development of both obesity and the glucose homeostasis. But results indicate that in pregnancy, the changes in the gut microbiome from the first to the third trimester varies and can contribute to the maternal metabolic changes. Many studies have been performed to determine whether probiotics and prebiotics could be beneficial in both the prevention and the treatment of GDM. However, the results are equivocal. Now, the reason for this is because the human gut carries in it a complex microbial system, and the present studies have used different pre and probiotics or multi-strain probiotics, making it very difficult to compare the studies and come to a final conclusion. So the better solution is to get as much fiber, pre and probiotics from natural sources. So in summary, patients should be guided to follow a primarily whole food plant-based diet, where the focus is on whole foods as close to the source as possible, with as little refining as possible. From my experience, I have found from taking diet recalls from all my patients that the primary problem is a very high consumption of grains, that is wheat, rice, millets, and so on, as a result of which the consumption of vegetables, plant proteins, nuts, seeds is abysmal. Providing a positive prescription where she's asked to include more vegetables rather than remove something or avoid something may be psychologically motivating. And this also automatically reduces the quantity of refined sugars and unnecessary fats and sugars and processed foods from her diet. Nutritional counseling is an imperative aspect of the management of GDM. The nutritional plan should be developed in collaboration with the woman and an experienced dietitian or lifestyle medicine physician. This should be continuous and based on self-glucose monitoring, appetite of the patient, weight gain patterns, as well as a consideration for maternal dietary preferences, work, leisure, exercise, and so on. Pregnancy provides a very important window of opportunity for education and motivation. The patients depend on their OBGYNs for guidance and guidance in pregnancy, and this window of opportunity needs to be utilized well to educate them regarding their disease. A careful diet recall of the patient followed by nutrition counseling that is individualized for each patient with regard to calorie and nutritional requirement and blood sugar control needs to be implemented. A diet that's high in fiber, low in processed and refined foods, increasing the intake of vegetables and plant proteins is recommended. Despite most of our patients being vegetarian, on taking diet recalls, what I found is that their intake of vegetables is actually very low. Their protein intake is also very low. Corrections in this regard go a long way in improving glucose control in GDM. And this is especially true of women who are in the borderline GDM. Moving on to physical activity, along with pharmacology and dietary interventions, exercise has a powerful potential to assist with blood glucose levels. Due to the uncertainty of the risks and benefits of exercise during pregnancy, women tend to avoid exercise. However, under adequate supervision, exercise is both safe and necessary in the treatment of GDM. Therefore, it's vital that exercise is incorporated into the continuum of care for women with GDM. Medical doctors should be able to refer patients to competently informed exercise professionals or lifestyle medicine physicians to aid in the management of GDM. Zhang et al. In a prospective study of pre-gravid physical activity and sedentary behavior in relation to the risk of gestational diabetes, assessed over 21,000 cases, of which 1,428 had GDM, and they were controlled for dietary factors and other covariants, and it was found that there was an inverse relationship between vigorous activity, higher weekly physical activity levels, and the risk for GDM. Women who were sedentary had a twofold increase in the risk of developing gestational diabetes. So there are some absolute and relative contraindications to exercise in pregnancy, according to the advice by the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology. The absolute contraindications are actually medical conditions which may be exacerbated by engaging in exercise. However, it's important to educate the patient that these conditions are not caused by exercise, and until the condition is stabilized, they should not engage in exercise. ACOG has developed a list of relative contraindications for engaging in aerobic activity during pregnancy, but we need to use our discretion and clinical knowledge and expertise when assessing each individual patient with regarding to prescribing exercise. There are several benefits of exercise, especially exercise in gestational diabetes. Exercise may decrease the risk of developing diabetes and type 2 diabetes, developing gestational diabetes and type 2 diabetes. It's an effective tool in glucose control, which may be prevent, reduce, or even delay the need for insulin. Women who exercise during pregnancy had babies with significant lower birth weight than those who had decreased in their physical activity during pregnancy. And in 1991, Bang et al. Assessed patients in an RCT 17 and found that 17 of the 21 women in the exercise group, of whom all were previously insulin dependent, were able to maintain normal glucose levels without using insulin. So other benefits of exercise like improved cardiovascular function such as fitness, blood pressure, peripheral edema, etc. has been proven over and over again. There is definitely benefits on mood and psychological well-being, which is well documented. Due to the limitation in weight gain or the restriction in weight gain and fat retention post-delivery, exercise has also been shown to improve self-image. Prevention of constipation, bloating, fatigue, insomnia in pregnancy has also been documented. So while prescribing exercise, we use the mnemonic that is a FIT principle, which stands for frequency of exercise, intensity of exercise, time or duration of exercise, and type of activity. So frequency of exercise, how often should we prescribe exercise for women with GDM? Women with little physical activity history should begin with as little as even 5 to 15 minutes of continuous aerobic activity at least 3 times a week, with a graded increase to about 30, maybe 40 minutes at least 4 times a week. For women who are previously sedentary, it may be convenient for them to start exercising in the second trimester, after which most of this initial discomfort of nausea, vomiting, etc. has decreased. However, even this recommendation needs to be individualized as some women are very comfortable exercising even in their first trimester. Aerobic activity should be, there should be not more than 2 consecutive days without exercise, and strength training is recommended twice or thrice a week according to ACSM and ESSA. The intensity of exercise needs to be low for beginners, moderate intensity for women who exercise regularly. High intensity exercise is not necessarily advised. However, I have known patients who are used to high intensity exercise and are quite comfortable pushing their intensity to higher levels even during pregnancy. Heart rate corresponds with the perceived exertion that the woman feels and thus represents the intensity. However, during pregnancy, we need to remember that heart rate is usually elevated by 10 to 15 beats and is blunted at maximum exercise levels. The rate of perceived exertion scale, or the RPE scale, can be used where it's a scale of say 1 to 10 to 1 to 20, where 5 is about an average where patient is very comfortable, usually sedentary, stationary, or performing low-level activities within the house perhaps. And as the intensity increases from 6 to 9, the level of exertion increases. So an activity level of about 5 to 7 to 8 can be recommended depending upon the fitness level and depending on whether the patient is a beginner or a exerciser who is accustomed to exercise. The time or duration of exercise, upper limit of about 45 minutes per day, according to ACOG, beginning with about 5 to 15 minutes of continuous aerobic activity 3 times a week with graded increase. It can be split up into small segments if required. And some additional advice for patients, especially those with GDM, would be to stay active through the day. And one very important piece of advice would be to walk for about 10 to 15 minutes after every meal. Type of exercise, cardio can be split up into cardio, strength, and flexibility. Cardio would be anything that increases your heart rate, like swimming, cycling, walking, any activity of the patient's choice. Strength is challenging the muscles using external resistance like dumbbells, machines, even one's own body weight, and flexibility to increase the elasticity of muscles using simple stretches or yoga. So a word about strength training in pregnancy. Although RCOG, ACOG Society or OBGYNs in Canada and the Canadian Society of Exercise Physiology all recommend the use of resistance training for pregnant women, they are yet to prove specific guidelines for practice. In a study though, Hall et al. Have shown that moderate intensity strength training in healthy pregnant women using a protocol of 12 repetitions and only one set of 8 to 10 exercises found pregnancy outcomes were improved with no adverse effects to fetal health. Strength training is not the most popular form of exercise, especially in the Indian scenario. And if women have already been accustomed to strength training, then they are happy to continue it through their pregnancy. But to initiate strength training in pregnancy using external weights is quite difficult. So one needs to individualize treatment and keep the patient comfortable because there is no point recommending something that she is unlikely to follow. Yoga in pregnancy, however, I find is more patients, especially those of Indian origin, seem to have an affinity for yoga and a better sensitivity to yoga, which is gentle, low impact, improves blood flow and flexibility. There is a focus on breathing along with the movement, which encourages mindfulness, and it can be made as challenging as necessary. Yoga is most recognized for its multidimensional potential to create a balance along both emotional, mental, physical, and spiritual dimensions. It regulates the nervous system and the physiology, which the function of the physiology, that is the immune system, endocrine, neurotransmitters, and the cardiovascular system. It improves psychological well-being by increasing the frequency of positive mood and optimism. It improves physical fitness like strength and flexibility. So it's important as a mind-body intervention specifically to relieve stress, because as we know, stress is an important aspect of pregnancy, especially when a woman has a problem like gestational diabetes. So a general exercise prescription could look like this: aerobic, where you choose the intensity, you prescribe the intensity depending on if the patient is a beginner or has already exercised before, ranging from 30 to 70% intensity, duration of anywhere between 5 to 15 to 45 minutes, depending on, again, whether she's accustomed to exercise or not. Frequency of aerobic exercise, no more than 2 consecutive days without aerobic exercise is what is recommended. Strength training, moderate intensity of strength training, so you're not pushing your boundaries, just 50%, what is called as the 1 repetition max, or the maximum weight that you can lift when you perform a single repetition, about 50%, where they can complete about 8 to 15 repetitions, maybe 1 to 2 sets, even 1 set is adequate. The duration could range anywhere from 45 to 60 minutes, and this is twice if possible, thrice a week. Flexibility, intensity is very mild. Mild exercises, even yoga, lasting for about 10 or even 15 minutes, prescribed every day to improve flexibility of the muscles. Warm-up and cool-down is absolutely mandatory. Performing a warm-up and cool-down before exercise is recommended in all clinical populations. A 5 to 10 minute at a low to moderate intensity using various aerobic activities increases the body temperature and reduces post-exercise muscle soreness and stiffness. It also is important because as the physiological systems in the body gradually adjust to meet the increased demands of exercise, warm-up is essential. Similarly, a cool down after workout is important to bring the heart rate back to normal and also prevent the syncope that may occur with a sudden stopping of exercise. Stretching and flexibility training is distinct from warm-up and cool down phase and can be performed after either the warm-up or the cool down. So in summary, a whole food plant-based diet where the focus is plant-centric, where the focus is on whole foods with a lot of fiber, a diversity of plants and vegetables. Eating the colors of the rainbow is one way of explaining to the patient that she needs to eat a diverse set of vegetables, and avoid the practice of repeating the same favorite vegetable every single day. Plant proteins can be obtained and plenty from lentils, beans, nuts, and seeds. So the focus should be on a plant-centric diet. Exercise, of course, which is absolutely mandatory, and it has a very high potential of being able to manage the postprandial glucose and even the need for insulin therapy. We know that aerobic training increases insulin stimulatory action and thus increases the uptake of blood glucose via a different pathway from resistance training, which increases the muscle mass and can increase blood glucose uptake independent of the intrinsic insulin response. So activation of both these pathways using both aerobic training and resistance training is better than using either one alone. Now, managing GDM is not complete unless we address the various other aspects of lifestyle which affect overall health and blood sugars. Good quality of sleep is absolutely mandatory for general well-being, mood, brain health, and blood sugar control. So simple sleep hygiene tips like trying to get to sleep at the same time every day, eating at least 2 to 3 hours before sleep time, having a warm bath about an hour before sleep, keeping the room cool, turning off devices. All these simple tips can help with better quality of sleep. Stress management is important, and it's important to give the patient the necessary advice to manage stress. We know that fetal exposure to maternal stress and stress-related peptides is a real risk factor for adverse outcomes in the programming of the fetal nervous system and is associated with various negative outcomes at different developmental stages of the fetus, altering neonatal stress regulation, behavioral response to stress, blunted cognitive function, emotional and behavioral problems in both infants and toddlers, and so on. So management of stress using various techniques such as breathing, you can use various apps for stress relief and meditation such as Calm and Mindspace, exercise, humor, dance, all of these, communication, appropriate communication, all of these can act as stress management techniques. Obviously, avoiding other forms of addiction like nicotine in any form, alcohol, sugary foods must be emphasized. The socio-cultural aspect of managing GDM cannot be overemphasized. The woman is often already stressed and anxious about having to deal with her condition and requires the support from those around her. Family support, help, and monitoring should be emphasized. A collaborative effort from the husband, the family should be encouraged. Some members of the family accompanying the patient during her antenatal visits should actually be made mandatory. Close monitoring of blood sugars is essential. Food and exercise monitoring and other aspects of her life should also be encouraged using technology if necessary. Today with WhatsApp, it's very easy to keep track and encourage patients to stay in touch. I encourage my patients to send us pictures of their food plate, the number of steps that they manage to cover in the day, the exercise that they do, and how they feel, and so on a regular basis. I've also trained my paramedical staff to talk to patients and their family repeatedly, encourage encouragingly regarding exercise, diet, and other aspects of lifestyle. The most important aspect of managing GDM is to encourage self-efficacy for the patient, encouraging her and her family to not just monitor her blood sugar at home, but also try and manage the other aspects of lifestyle, which can easily be managed if she puts in some effort and with the necessary advice. Thank you, and I appreciate the patient hearing. I appreciate the fact that lifestyle has become such a prominent part of management of chronic diseases. Using lifestyle, and I would also like to mention that lifestyle medicine is a new specialty that has come up, and there is an international board certification. Anybody who is interested in lifestyle medicine, please feel free to get in touch with me. Thank you all, and have a good evening.
I think indeed, wonderful lecture by Dr. Sheila Nambiar. I think she is the very apt person to talk on the lifestyle management in GDM. She started with the importance of the diet in GDM, starting with carbohydrate and fat and proteins, and they need to take particularly when the patient is on insulin, like they need to take the low glycemic index food in order to avoid hypoglycemia as well as the weight gain. And the other part of the exercise part of it, how a pregnant woman can be fit through various means, like so the different types of exercise, the aerobic exercise, flexibility exercise, and the resistant exercise, how it should be done in a proper way, what is the warm up and cool down, all these things. Like it's one of the exemplary talk, like on the lifestyle management on GDM part of it. Thank you, madam. Thank you for being with us. Dr. Paranaman sir, would you like to add anything, sir?
Yeah. Fine, wonderful. Really, I enjoyed the talk. Very, very informative, and lot of new points you have learned. Only thing is, I have just query to our speaker, madam. This when you are concentrating on the diet and GDM, and what about the iron-rich and calcium-rich diet, which is very essential for prevention of complications like PIH post-delivery. So, in addition to this carbohydrate, protein, and the fat, you like to insist on the high-rich, high iron, and calcium-rich diet, which is really important for the growth of the uterus, which prevents the postpartum bleeding, which is sometimes may occur in fatal.
Yes, sir. Like this is with regard to the diabetes and the medical nutrition part of it. Like most of the thing is like what she has mentioned, like what madam has mentioned. So that would be ideal diet, so that it caters to the iron and the calcium supplementation also. Like particularly in patients with high risk pregnancy, like PH, like we need to be more careful, and that dietary regime for those people would be entirely different. As I already said, like the iron intake and calcium supplementation would in fact help these patients to overcome the things. So you are right, sir. Like Jay, do we have any other queries? So if there are no queries, I once again thank madam, and I request Dr. Arvind Babu to introduce the next speaker and session. Over to Dr. Arvind.
Arvind, you are muted.
Kindly
Arvind
unmute.
sir, you're muted. Kindly unmute yourself.
Yeah, sorry. Is it audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, audible.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Let me welcome you all on behalf of DCCon, our eminent speaker, Dr. N. Kannan, who is a consultant physician and diabetologist in Chennai, who is the founder and director of Chandra Diabetes Care Center. Without wasting much time, let me move over to the speaker. The topic, what sir is going to discuss about on exercise prescription in diabetes, mainly the do's and don'ts, because we all prescribe medications to the patients, but most of the time are we addressing to the exercise? In what way are we looking into the outcomes and all that. Let me hand over the session to Dr. N. Kannan. Please, sir, welcome you, sir.
Are you able to see the slides, sir?
Yes, sir.
Kannan sir, kindly go to slideshow mode.
Yes. I'm going.
Yes, sir.
So thank you, Arvind, for the kind words, and also I'd like to thank our respected president, our chairman, our organizing secretary, our treasurer, and scientific chair, and my dear friends for giving me this wonderful opportunity to address before this unique forum and learned forum. So my topic is on especially on the exercise prescription in diabetes. What are the do's and don'ts? We are all know, my dear friends, this exercise practicing since the very old ages from Charaka and Sushruta. They were used to horse riding. They used to run for a long distance. They used to dig their wheel like that in among the obesity patients who are having diabetes. Even though we are practicing the modern medicine and we are practicing the epidemiology, but the main cornerstone place in the management of diabetes is exercise only. Because see all the global consensus, including ADA and ASD, and see about the statement of this one algorithm on statement of diabetes care. All they first mention about first is healthy eating, and next goes to the this one physical activity. So this is a main important cornerstone. And of late, we are talking a lot about the important aspects of the game changing, life changing regarding with the lot molecules. But the ultimate game changer, playing for more than century and giving the life changing is exercise. So exercise plays a predominant role in the management of not only to bring down the metabolic burden, but it's more helpful to bring down all the other comorbidities like dyslipidemia, hypertension, obesity, NAFLD, and PCOD, and so on and so forth. Moreover, there is very other important mechanism have been implemented in sustained these physical activities. There is elevation of the 2,3 DP, that is diphosphate glycerate level in the RBC, which is very predominant to promote the delivery of oxygen in the tissue. This is very important benefit we have been implicated by means of regular sustained exercise in our diabetic patient to get rid of other complications. So with this small introduction, I wanted to the topic. So by definition, exercise is the increase in energy expenditure. Simple telling is into the energy expenditure by skeletal muscle contraction, attributing shift in fuel metabolism, and the subset of the physical activity which is planned, structured, and repetitive. That is very important. And it has a final objective that it has the improvement and maintenance of the physical fitness. So this definition was obtained by the source of India. See, all my size had obtained by the NCBI and ADA Diabetes Care and NDGM articles. So thank our Professor Chandru for giving me this article to read more and more. So it's a very important session I want to render before this forum. So what are the main 3 pillars of the diabetes management? So we know that healthy nutrition is very important for the diabetes management, and then goes to exercise and medication. So these are the 3 main pillars to be contributed for our diabetic management to give the effective outcome and also to prevent both the macro and microscopic complications. So exercise is the best insulin sensitizer on the market, better than any medication we currently have available. That was clearly alluded by Dr. Barter. Dr. Barter is one of the emeritus professor from the sports medicine in West Bengal, Vidyasagar University. Clearly alluded the importance of exercise is a medicine and also is a best insulin sensitizer for our patient. So the objective will be my introduction by fuel metabolism and shift. What are the benefits of exercise? What are the do's and what are the don'ts? What are the things to be keep in mind? What are the prescription to be kept in exercise? And also the summary I want to conclude. This slide I took from Professor V. Morgan's talk before 2 days in his this one Gopalan's oration on nutrition sciences. Even though India is the second capital for the prevalence of diabetes, in 2021 is around 71 millions. But in 2045, it jumped to 124 million. What is the main reason? The main reason, there are a lot of reasons, maybe genotype reason, the phenotypic reason, but the main reason is physical inactivity, insulin resistance and increased visceral adiposity, going for more and more lipotoxicity and glucotoxicity, and going for more complications. This is the main thing. This is the latest ICMR data published 2 days back in Lancet. What they clearly shown that almost among the diabetic population, they show only 31% of HbA1c control, less than 7% is very, very pitiable stage, and therefore this the area which have to be considered, we have to make our country as the diabetes care country instead of going for diabetes capital in the world. So we have to implement and plan accordingly the healthy lifestyle by means of appropriate nutrition and also the increased physical activity. So genotype contributes for 30 to 40%, but see about the phenotype. We are peculiar in that we are South Asian, we have Asian phenotypes. We get sugar at the young age. So the lower age of onset of diabetes is very, very common among us. And there is basically high insulin resistance, and also there is basically high surge of the increased fatty acids. So this contribute both for the lipotoxicity, glucotoxicity, and ultimately drive the way for the oxidative stress and inflammatory stress and going for the complication on micro and macro complications. But offline, we are more focusing on macro and micro stuff, but now we are moving again to prevent the heart failure also. So we have to take across all the platforms, pumps, pipes, and filters, we have to consider, and we want to implement the treatment. So lower adiponectin plays an important role. We have to improve the adiponectin level. We have to decrease the visceral adiposity. We have to decrease the NAFLT, and also we have to take care of the low vitamin B12 and low vitamin D. So rather than this, only healthy eating only and medicine only will not be helpful to bring out all these phenotypes, but almost exercises also plays an important role to bring down all the problem to overcome the complications. This another slide I took from Professor Morgan's talk before 2 days. That is what difference between the yesterday's scenario and today's scenario. So we are moving again from we are totally physically inactivity, chair bounded. We are totally carbocentric. We are moving away from the machine learning. We are totally artificial intelligence. These are the main factors. So we used to play on this day in the school days. Now the students are totally chat bonded. They exposed all the television and game playing and easy available of all the food, Zomato, Swiggy. These are the more prevalence of the more and more diabetes across our country. So excess carbohydrates intake and decreased physical inactivity and urbanization are the ultimate hallmark in the high prevalence of the diabetes. So these are the small introduction given by me regarding the diabetes. So let us come to the important topic. Exercise in diabetes and pre-diabetes are critical foci when it comes to manage the blood sugar levels. Because why? It is low-cost method to control the blood sugar levels, but it has no side effect, but it has to be tailored which patient need which type of exercise is very, very important. Therefore, the exercise prescription is mandatory, and also it is one of the important part in preventing the complications, and physical activity or modest weight loss have shown to have the lower the type 2 diabetes by more than 48% high risk population. There are many data on preventing the type of pre-diabetes to normal person that we want to implement accordingly and we want to plan accordingly. It is very, very fascinating. If you see the physiology and exercise metabolism, during the first few minutes of exercise, that is between 8 seconds to 10 minutes, ultimately the glycogen in the muscles is broken down for anaerobically for the ATP utilization. This is very, very important. And therefore, if you see the 100 meters runners, the glycogen plays an important predominant role. The glycogen breakdown, the intramuscular glycogenolysis plays an important role for the ATP utilization and also producing energy for the muscle to work and more do contraction of the muscles. After the 5 to 10 minutes of the activity, the muscle glycogen breakdown decreases. Ultimately, the glucose breakdown in the liver is released in the bloodstream and is taken up by the muscle as fuel. How it happened? It is almost happened by the neurohormonal mediators. These neurohormonal mediators have the impact on the beta-2 adrenergic receptors on the liver and also on the alpha cells of the glucagon, which make to secrete glucagon. This glucagon will enhance the liver to go for hepatic glucogeogenesis and also hepatic glycogenolysis. These are the main source. After that, after the 20 minutes, ultimately the glycolysis, the glucose oxidation takes place. The glucose oxidation go for the lactate and pyruvate, ultimately go for anaerobic form of ATP production. After the exertion of the anaerobic form of ATP production, this glucose oxidation comes in and beta oxidation comes in, and fatty acid and adipose tissue plays an important role in producing energy and ATP for the utilization of glucose molecule in the muscle, and therefore the hepatic gluconeogenesis rather than the hepatic glycolysis plays an important role, and there is huge metabolic shift. This huge metabolic shift plays an important role to bring on the complications, especially the microvascular and macrovascular complications. So, dear friends, there is shift in the fuel usage. That is the normal physiology. If you do exercise more than half an hour, first the glucose will be utilized, the nutrient glucose will be utilized for the energy as pyruvate from ATP, then muscle glycogen, then glycolysis, then glucose oxidation, then afterwards beta oxidation after half an hour, and then only the ketones. So these are the main metabolic switches which is routinely seen in our human biology, in routine physiology, in excess metabolism. So that is shift from the non-acidified fatty acids and also shift from the muscle glycogen into our human system. So there is increase in exercise, will be decrease in insulin, and ultimately the beta adrenergic receptors will aggravate from the alpha cell to stimulate the glucagon. This glucagon will go for increased hepatic gluconeogenesis and hepatic glucogenolysis, and ultimately there is source of ATP from the amino acid metabolism and beta oxidations. So intensive aerobic exercises will stimulate the counter-regulatory hormone, so-called as catecholamines. Now, epinephrine and cortisol will make our beta-2 adrenergic receptors from the liver and also from the alpha cells of the pancreas will stimulate the glucagon to stimulate the liver to produce more and more glucose as a hepatic gluconeogenesis and also the hepatic glycogenolysis. So this is very fascinating. In diabetic patient, how the fuel metabolism and shift occur, how this energetic shifting have been implemented among the diabetic patient. We have two hypotheses in the diabetic patient. The one hypothesis is the insulin-dependent glucose uptake into the muscle tissue can be carried out by the GLUT4 transporter. We know that GLUT4 transporter is totally insulin-dependent. But in diabetic patients, these insulin-dependent are deficient with the GLUT4 transporter, and therefore, if you do the regular exercise by means of repeated contraction of the muscle, this muscle will secrete a lot of protein, so-called as activated protein kinase, this 5-AMP. This 5-AMP will express more and more translocation of GLUT4 in the muscle tissue, and they will predominate for more and more absorption of the glucose uptake for doing the hepatic gluconeogenesis and also the muscle glycogenolysis. And thereby they maintain the liver glycogenolysis and gluconeogenesis and the mobilization of alternate fuels such as free fatty acids. So right from the glycolysis to pyruvate to lactate, these are all carried by the sodium and hydrogen ions. So the increase in sodium and hydrogen ions will be nullified and inhibited by means of regular physical activity. So after the cessation of the glycolysis, the glucose oxidation comes place into in. This glucose oxidation, when settled down, ultimately the beta oxidation plays into role, and therefore, and then later ketones. These ketones have the beta hydroxybutyrate, and ultimately they have huge form of ATP. This is the metabolic switch, metabolic karma of the type 2 diabetic patients, those who are having the regular exercises. So the insulin stimulated blood glucose uptake into skeletal muscle predominates at rest, because at rest and after the fat, there will be more and more glucose activity, and this glucose will be entered into the skeletal muscle by means of insulin to GLUT4. But in the diabetic patient, there will be insulin resistance and low activity of the GLUT4. So if you go for regular physical activity or muscle contraction like a strengthening exercise or aerobic exercise, this muscle contraction will segregate the muscle activating factor in the muscle and will predominate for the more and more expression of the GLUT4. This GLUT4 expression will make more utilization of glucose into the skeletal muscle, and therefore the blood glucose will be decreased. This is the normal physiopathological mechanism have been implemented among the type 2 diabetic patients, those who are having regular physical activity. And more than that, intramuscular lipid stores are more readily used during the longer duration activities, and recovery have been happened. In individuals with type 2 diabetes performing moderate exercise, blood glucose utilization by muscles usually rises more than hepatic glucose production, and blood glucose level tend to decline. This is very, very fascinating. So, dear friends, the fuel metabolism and the shift in the fuel energetics is so fascinating, right from the glycolysis in the anaerobic path and also the glucose oxidation and beta oxidation in the aerobic path by means of electron transport respiratory chain. So these are the changes. Ultimately, after the 1 hour of the exercises, this whole algorithm will turn into the ketone side, and the ketones are utilized for the energy, so-called as beta hydroxybutyrate and acetoacetate, and this is super fuel both for heart as well as the brain, and therefore we're getting more and more outcomes on the microvascular and macrovascular, especially in the microvascular outcome, to prevent the heart failure. So this is a unique image I got from the International Journal of Endocrinology, volume 213. What they found, this is the image of the adipose tissue. See, this adipose tissue is not hyperplastic. This adipose tissue is totally hypertrophy. This hypertrophy adipose tissue have totally resistant, and therefore there will be more and more macrophagic activation. This macrophagic activation will be predominant for more surge in inflammatory marker and less adiponectin by means of insulin resistance and lipotoxicity. So this lipotoxicity will contribute for the more complication. See, dear friends, we are able to see the normal white adipose tissue in the lean subjects by means of excessive calorie intake and lack of physical exercises. This will be mediated by macrophagic inflammation, and ultimately the bulge, the widening of the adipose tissue, so-called hyperplasia or hypertrophy of the adipose tissue, will result in inflammation of adipose tissue and apoptosis, and thereby that increases the leptin, increases the TNF, and also decreases the adiponectin. This is the main thing I've been incorporated by means of increased hypertrophy of the adipose tissue. This hypertrophy will land up in lipotoxicity, and ultimately it will go for the inhibiting the insulin signal. So by means of inhibiting insulin signal, glucotoxicity will occur. This lipotoxicity will contribute for more and more formation of the oxidative stress. This oxidative stress will drive the way both for microscopic complication and macroscopic complication, and ultimately for myocardial injury also in future. This is another important image from the International Journal of Endocrinology. See, by means of routine resistance training and also endurance training, this skeletal muscle have been activated and contracted. By means of routine continuous activation and contraction, there is improvement in the metabolic activity, metabolic flexibility, and this metabolic flexibility will have the crosstalk between the adipose tissue and muscle tissue, and therefore the mitochondrial regulation will be regularized, and thereby it improves insulin sensitivity, and this increases the energy expenditure. These are the main changes while during the field metabolism, exercise metabolism. So this makes the surge in the catecholamines. This catecholamine will initiate the hepatic glycogenolysis and gluconeogenesis, and ultimately the glucotoxin, lipotoxin will be relieved by this. So by this procedure, by means of enhanced intensive physical activity, resistance training, endurance training, will make this widen the adipose tissue in the browning. Browning of the adipose tissue is very, very important among the exercise patient, and therefore we have to keep in mind browning of adipose tissue and bleaching of adipose tissue will have the huge impact and challenging issues on the reduction in the oxidative stress, reduction in hypoxia, and also that is reduction in the macrophagic activation infiltration, and thereby reducing the leptin, because leptin is a good hormone, but it is a hormone for to serve the inflammatory marker, because leptin and ghrelin make the hormone as the energy homeostasis. Without leptin, without ghrelin, the energy homeostasis cannot be maintained. But this leptin will be high among the insulin resistant patients. Therefore, they have to be kept in mind and have to treat the patient accordingly by means of energy expenditure and appropriate physical activity. So, what are the important clinical implications of the exercises? In the acute phase, exercise insulin is translocation of the glucose transport. I already told about that. These exercises have the continuous muscle contraction and will make a translocation of the GLUT4 transporters, and this will make the muscle, the glucose to enter into the skeletal muscle, and thereby decreasing the blood glucose in the bloodstream. So with prolonged exercise, there is upregulation of the glucose transporter numbers and changes in the capillary density, which overall causes an improvement in the insulin sensitivity. So these are the integration of the neurohormonal, and also this integration between the neurohormonal pancreato and also the other important systems, so-called as muscle tissue as well as the adipose tissue. So these are all totally integrated whole for the whole energy homeostasis and whole energy field metabolism to have the good outcome and good control regarding the blood glucose among the all class of it, not only the type 2 diabetic patient, type 1 diabetic patient, GDM patient, MODY patient, all type of metabolically impaired patient. This mechanism is necessary for enhanced physical activity. Dear friends, we may have that physical activity have good effect, but there are some certain adverse effects on physical activity due to exercise to the type 2 diabetic patients. What are the adverse effects? There are cardiovascular adverse effects, there are microvascular, there are metabolic, there are musculoskeletal, traumatic also. So in cardiovascular, we have to keep in mind, because most of the diabetic patients more than 10 years, 15 years, they have this autonomic neuropathy of any form. So the arrhythmia will be triggered. This exercise increments in blood pressure also is one of the important culprit among the diabetic patients, because silent blood pressure will be incremented by means of enhanced exercise, and that will be kept in mind. And more than that, autonomic neuropathy, they have the problem of orthostatic hypertension. These are the most advanced, delirious cardiovascular side effects. See about the microvascular, retinal hemorrhage. Retinal hemorrhage is one of the important side effects with the diabetic patient. So vigorous exercise should be not implemented for this patient, and therefore we have to keep in mind before initiating any exercises. Hypoglycemia is one of the utmost complications because one single hypoglycemia will land up in ultimately to the whole energy metabolism algorithm change, and therefore the brain depends on glucose. Our cells depends on glucose. So the patient should not go for hypoglycemia and hyperglycemia because this increases the glycemic variability, ultimately leading for the oxidative and other complications also. Foot ulcers, this enhanced physical activity, running, jogging, and all will be aggravated by means of foot ulcers. So the foot ulcer care should be taken before initiating any exercises, and have kept in mind. So these are the common complication exercises, and therefore we have to check up the patient before initiating any exercises. Our ADA clearly statement position before initiating any exercise for a routine diabetic patient, we have to have this checklist because some patient may be new diabetic patient, some patient will have the old diabetic patient for age more than 10 years or 15 years of duration. So accordingly, we want to tailor-made approach for the patient to give the appropriate exercise therapy. What they are, the age is more than 35 years, they have to be monitored properly. The type 2 diabetic patient age more than 10 years because autonomic neuropathy involvement, hypoglycemia unawareness, and cardiac autonomic neuropathy is one of the utmost complications. And type 1 diabetes for more than 15 years duration is ultimate. And presence of any CSC risk factors ultimately correlates because at diagnosis, most of the diabetic patient will have subclinical atherosclerosis. And as for the diabetes age more than 5 years means ultimately they have ISD in any form, and therefore they have to be monitored by means of appropriate investigation. We have to check for the presence of microvascular disease like retinopathy and nephropathy, and very, very important so-called as peripheral vascular diseases. So most of the diabetic patient will have neuropathy. If they have neuropathy means we want to evaluate for the peripheral vascular disease. So these are the main things to be considered before initiating any exercise for your patient. So the difference, how you have to evaluate for the patient before the exercise. So there is the algorithm. First, basically, in a routine clinic setup, if a patient coming with the new diabetic patient or old diabetic patient, first you take the resting ECG. The resting ECG is normal means you have to advocate the treadmill test because some patient will be normal in resting ECG and some patient will go for abnormal resting ECG. So 90% will be normal and 100% will be something maybe change in TMT also. So initiating any aerobic exercise or strengthening exercise, these tests may be implemented. What is box rate of perceived exertion? What is that? That is developed by the Swedish research gunner. Is the total of measuring an individual effort on exertion, breathlessness, and fatigue during the physical activity, and is very, very important for the cardio-diabetic individuals because while running or jogging, this pulmonary vital capacity and the cardiac output will be increased. This pulmonary vital capacity, cardiac output will innervate with the sympathetic activity, and therefore the stroke volume also will be increased and ultimately to go for cardiac arrest. So this is very, very important to keep in mind to rule of the perceived exertion. And the next is conversion formula. What is this? Targeting the heart rate. That is, this is a simple formula. For example, if a patient, 50-year-old patient, coming with a resting heart rate of 65, then we have to calculate this. That is 220 minus 50 gives us 170. That is maximum heart rate can be achieved by the patient in the treadmill, not a routine aerobic exercise. But ultimately, the patient have the same thing only. They have to go minus by 65, and 105 is the recommended heart rate or resting heart rate. So resting heart rate is very, very important. So any diabetic patient, if you are recommending for the aerobic exercise or endurance exercise or strengthening exercise, my previous speaker clearly told about the importance of this endurance exercise, strengthening exercise. So the resting heart rate should be maintained. The heart rate should not exceed more than 110 or more than 120 in any state for any individual among the diabetic patients. What are the things we have to follow before doing the exercises? Proper warm-up consisting for 5 to 10 minutes of aerobic activity should be implemented. Activity session 15 to 30 minutes should be implemented properly. Then they have to cool down, should be structured, because at the same day, if you do vigorous exercises, means they will go for, because muscle contains important filaments and proteins, actin and myosin. This will be inflamed. This inflammation will go for apoptosis, and therefore slowly, the exercise will be implemented for that diabetic patient to prevent the injury for the sarcomeres, actin filaments, and myosin filaments. These are the very important things we have to keep in mind, my dear friends. So what are the type of exercises we know that? We have to remember the MBBS period, we know that SAFE. SAFE is in mnemonics. What are the SAFE? Strengthening exercises, aerobic exercises, flexibility exercises, endurance exercises. What are they? What are they? Because any exercise we are doing outside is called as aerobic exercise, like running, jogging, and breathing, deep breathing. These are the cardiovascular exercises. It's very, very important because along with the aerobic exercise and along with the strengthening exercise, the yoga like breath exercise, we have an important benefit on cardiovascular, pulmonary vasculature, and also metabolic background. So across all phenotypes, vascular phenotype, renal phenotype, and ultimately myocardial phenotype, all the phenotype will be benefited by means of aerobic exercise because this contains oxygen. Oxygen will penetrate all the parts of the body, and this will improve the 2,3-dihydroxyacetate, and this will be very, very beneficial for the oxygen diffusion into the tissues, and ultimately they release the apoptosis. That is the thing I've been implicated in the myocardial metabolism also. See, in SGLT inhibitor, what they do, they improve the energetics by means of ketosis. This ketosis will act as a super fuel of the myocardium and ultimately give the huge benefit on the myocardial in the heart. That's the main thing. What are the aerobic exercise? Resist exercise, that is the lifting the dumbbell, lifting heavy weight, that gives strong muscles, that improves the blood glucose absorption by means of muscle activity, and also that enhances the muscle glycogenolysis. This is very, very important. So you can combine with this aerobic exercises as well as the anaerobic exercises for the type 2 diabetic patient. If a diabetic patient or very elderly patient, they couldn't be able to do anaerobic exercises, they couldn't be able to walk, they're having any osteoarthritis, they have any postural hypertension, they have any dizziness, vertigo, means they can go for flexibility exercise, that is static exercise. They can move the hand, they can move the legs, they can move the legs. That is improve the tone of the muscles. By improving the tone of the muscles, this will improve the blood sugar utilization into the muscle tissue, and ultimately the insulin sensitizing effect will be great, and also the blood sugar will be decreased. Endurance exercises. So endurance exercise, nothing but the active form of the aerobic exercises. It is low resistance, high repetition exercises. The walking, cycling, swimming. Why endurance is very, very important? Because endurance have the huge oxygen capacity, and therefore this is very, very good for the lung as well as the cardiac muscle. So this increases the lung vital capacity, that improves the lung tidal volume, that improves the cardiac output and also cardiac metabolism. These are the main thing I've been implicated with the interest. So the combination of aerobic, the combination of strengthening exercise along with the low category of endurance exercise will have the huge benefit on the CRM outcome. That CRM is cardio renal metabolic outcome. This slide have been already discussed by previous speaker. So how much exercise we have to implement? So we want to follow the FIT rule, the frequency of the exercise, the intensity of the exercise, the type of the exercise, the time of the exercise. So our Indian patients are very lead in doing exercise. We want to educate. See, we have diabetes, you have to do the exercise regularly because healthy eating is very, very important. That gives benefit by 20%. Exercise is also very, very important because that gives benefit by 40%. So without doing this, no metabolic benefit have been implicated by the type 2 diabetic patient. So the frequency should be given 4 to 6 times, and intensity should be given 30 to 40 minutes, excess of 50 to 60% target heart rate, because we have to implement the heart rate according to the age. But the maximum heart rate for a man should be between 110 to 120. Above that should not encourage the patient. What's the type of the exercise? The type of the exercise is endurance exercise, safe exercise, breath exercise, and aerobic exercise, and anaerobic exercise also very, very safe exercise. And the ideal time is morning. We have to tell the patient morning exercise is very, very brilliant exercise because in morning we can getting the lot of other hormones, so-called catecholamines and cortisol. This will help for the balancing effect on the energy hemostasis. Energy hemostasis will be maintained by norepinephrine, epinephrine, cortisol, and glucagon in the alpha cells. This will be activated and mediated by the pancreatosympathetic adrenal activity. So this is very, very important, my dear friends. We have to keep it in mind according to it. So breath exercise plays an important role in the diabetic patients, along with the aerobic activity, along with the endurance activity, along with the strengthening activity. This breath exercise plays an important role in yoga. Simple yoga, so-called as pranayama. This pranayama makes the lung, makes the heart, and makes the mind also more and more cherishable. So this brings the good quality of life and also good outcome. This is one of the important data for diabetes care. So we may think that cardiac patients should not do any exercise, but they have deprived for that because all the cardiac patients can do the exercise. The only thing, the type of exercise will be very, very important. And they have to supervise it for the cardiac rehabilitation. Before cardiac rehabilitation, they should not go for any exercises because they will have coronary spasm. Ultimately, the lesser collaterals will have the higher spasm. Therefore, we have to check the collaterals also. So we have to get the proper cardiologist opinion before doing any exercises in the known CVD patient among the type 2 diabetes patient. No more, there are no advice for anyone with the PAD because PAD patient can do physical activity, but in the form of static exercises. They can move the limb, they can move the legs, they can move the head, statics, they can move the abdomen like that. They can do simple walking that they can do, but they should not go for any jogging or any running like that. See, peripheral and autonomic neuropathy is very, very important. Most of the diabetic patients, 60% of the diabetic patient will have peripheral neuropathy and 20% of the diabetic patient will have autonomic neuropathy after the duration of 5 to 10 years. So the contraindication of these cases will be the treadmill is contraindication, prolonged walking is contraindication, jogging is very contraindication, stepping contraindication because the patient will go for hypoglycemic unawareness and very important they go for orthostatic hypotension. That is cardio autonomic neuropathy is one of the debilitating illness among the diabetic patients. Though the diabetic duration more than 15 years, we have to keep in mind, and therefore cardiac autonomic neuropathy is otherwise called as dead in bed syndrome. If your patient having the cardiac autonomic neuropathy, go for exercise like walking or jogging, ultimately the land up in ventricular tachycardia, atrial fibrillation, the sudden cardiovascular death will happen. Therefore, we have to keep in mind, and we want to screen the patient for the CAN problem by means of different screening procedures that we want to implement accordingly. So avoid exercise in hot or cold environments and encourage the adequate hydration among the any neuropathy patient, any diabetic patients. Very, very important. This is the need of the hour because most of the diabetic patients will have this autonomic neuropathy. Autonomic neuropathy is one of the deleterious side effects among the diabetic patient, and therefore the exercise should be implemented carefully for this CAN patient with the diabetes. Nephropathy, 40 to 60% of the Indian diabetic patient will have nephropathy, and therefore previous speakers told about the role of diet and role of exercise in nephropathy. See, the contraindication or the high intensity exercise is very, very contraindicated, and they have to go for the low to moderate intensity form of exercise. Very, very important. So apart from nephropathy, we have to go for the SALT guidance also. Diabetic retinopathy ultimately is very, very important. Proliferative diabetic retinopathy is one of the utmost complications among the type 2 diabetic patient after 10 years or 15 years. So the contraindications are strenuous activity, jarring, bounding, weightlifting, strengthening exercise will be avoided. Therefore, this is very, very important. The recommended exercise for the retinopathy will be the low impact cardiovascular conditions such as simple walking, low impact aerobics, stationary cycling, endurance exercise, and also doing ellipticals. These are the very, very important benefit have been applicated by the diabetic retinopathy patients. So avoid jogging and running for the diabetic retinopathy patient. Some patients will have diabetic foot also. So what type of exercise they can do? They can rotate the ankle upwards, downward like this, and also the calf rise standing whole chair will be applicable for this patient, and they raise the toes for 10 seconds. So this ankle rotation, the foot rotation will be very, very helpful for the diabetic foot patient, and therefore diabetic foot exercise also can be implicated. Those who have the diabetic ulcers or any cause or feet ulcer should have been given, because before initiating exercise, you have to thoroughly examine the patient right from the head to toe, and we want to examine the peripheral pulses also, because peripheral pulses and monofilament tests, these are the very, very applicable thing for the diabetic patient to be screened properly before doing any exercise to prevent the complication. This is the pyramid of exercise. So all the exercises are balanced or tailor-made, so they can do all form of exercises. The only thing, which type of patient, which need, the quantity exercise is very, very important. So they have to apply accordingly. So ultimately, aerobic exercises with the strengthening exercises, endurance exercise with the yoga will have the huge benefit on bringing down the activity of both the musculoskeletal and therefore reducing the both macrovascular and microvascular complications among the type 2 diabetic patient. Hypoglycemia is one of the deleterious side effect among the type 2 diabetic patient while during the exercise. Therefore, you have to keep in mind all the hypoglycemic patients. This one, they are different type of diabetes, brittle diabetes, elderly population, the frail population. They go for a recurrent hypoglycemia. Autonomic neuropathy patients, though they have the hypoglycemic unawareness, and therefore we have to keep in mind this hypoglycemia must be prevented by means of appropriate screening. So before doing any exercises, they have to take this small amount of food, like 1 glass of milk, and then go for the exercises. Adjust the quantity based on the pre-activity blood glucose, the direction of blood glucose. So if a blood glucose is low or dropping, usually increase the usual carbs, and blood glucose okay or stable means the usual carbs can be continued. And blood glucose high or rising sugar means the carbs should be decreased. But the thing should be kept in mind before doing any activity for the brittle patient or elderly patient. Daily do the fasting blood sugar glucometer test, and they have to go for simple snacking. Then only they have to advocate for the exercise to prevent the hyperglycemia. Some of the useful tips for the exercises: always carry an identification card with you, and check your feet before you walk, and choose a good footwear to prevent any foot injury, and take a lot of hydration on water, and don't exercise during the hot season. The hot season will go for any humidity related problem. Therefore, dehydration will take place, and therefore should be avoided. This is the data. This is data from the endocrinology metabolism. What they told, with the high dose of exercises, more than 200 calories per week, have the beneficial effect of the beta cell function attached to poor insulin with the pre-diabetes. From the pre-diabetes, they become a normal patient. So exercise by doing more than 200 kilocalories per week are recommended among the pre-diabetic high-risk population patient to become a normal patient. That has been implemented by NCBI in 2017. Dear friends, what are the benefits of exercises? It helps you better control your sugar levels, and also helps you improve the insulin sensitivity, lowers the body fat and cholesterol levels, ultimate, increases your body metabolism rate, and is very, very elegant and obvious. And subsequently, better weight control will be attributed, and lowering your blood sugar levels also can be achieved. Improves the blood circulation and heart rate will be attributed. Helps you sleep better, that is one of the important things. Improves the energy levels, reduce stress, and helps you manage your anxiety better also, and makes you feel more confident and happier also. So, dear friends, this exercise will not be helpful only for the metabolic outcome, but it has helpful related to all the outcomes, because this is applicable for all class of patients. Healthy patients also can do exercise. Unhealthy patient can exercise. Obese patient, dyslipidemic patient, BP patient, PCOD patients, any type of respiratory illness, COPD, asthma, any type of patient, exercise patient, cornerstone and important mandatory guidelines are applied for the healthy living and better quality of life and outcome. What the American sports medicine says that check the blood sugar before doing any exercises. If the levels are more than 250 milligrams, then should be greater. And if the levels are below 100 milligrams, eat some snack to prevent any complication of hypoglycemia. Start slow and increase the gradual of the exercise. Start slow, small bouts, small, low intensity exercise. Already told about this. So exercise will be monitored properly and be implemented properly for the diabetic patients. Wear appropriate footwear is very important for the diabetic patient. So wearing proper well-fitting shoes and inspect your feet daily before going for exercises. Hydration is very, very important. Hydration is exceptionally important because sodium and iron excess will be important for the diabetic patient. This will trigger the calcium entry into the cells and provoke for the eye complications. Weightlifting should be avoided for all the diabetic patients because all the diabetic patients will have retinopathy, and therefore weightlifting should be avoided. These are don'ts of the exercise. Some don'ts are should not do the whole breath while doing any kind of exercise, and that will be implemented. In any case of pain, allowing for exercises, stop the exercise and consult a physician. So these are the do's and don'ts exercises. Do not overstrain yourself. Listen to your body and gradually progress by increasing the repetition each week. Or do not exercise if you feel ill or vomiting, because they may have some ketosis or any infection or any sepsis. So we have to keep them. For the elderly patient who have hypoglycemia or brittle diabetic patients, we have to keep in mind, and therefore they should not skip the meals. And the emergency kit for the elderly patient should be carried to see whether they're going for any hypoglycemia, and the insulin dosage should be adjusted. Instead of going for premix, stop the premix insulin, go for the long-acting basal insulin like a Glargine 300 to the better benefit and outcome. Complication like retinopathy, neuropathy should be avoided. Autonomic neuropathy should be kept in mind. Accordingly, we want to implicate the patient physical fitness, and hypertension also should be kept in mind, because every 2 mm hypertension will have the increase in stroke by 16% and MI by 18%. So, exercise prescription in diabetes. Aerobic activity for 30 minutes extended gradually for 60 minutes every day. At most 150 minutes per week should be applied. Heart rate during activity should be gradually increased, slowly and slowly and slowly, from 60 to 110 can be applied. Exercise session should be include 5 to 10 minutes of warm up and 5 minutes of cool down. Is very, very important because suddenly should not go for any exercises. Exercise must involve most major muscles in both lower as well as upper parts of the body is very important. Exercise must be regular and sustained that give benefit on the metabolic and cardiovascular outcome. Use appropriate shoes and silica gel and air-filled shoes to avoid any friction to prevent the foot injury or diabetic feet injury. When using insulin, avoid exercise if glucose levels below 100 and above 200. These are very, very important things to be kept in mind. Do not inject insulin into the body surface that is expected to be used with exercise. And therefore, like feet, some patient will give the feet and some patient will give the shoulder. Therefore, the injection area should be avoided and dehydration should be maintained among the type 2 diabetic patient. You can ask me, would there have any evidences on delaying the diabetes or prevent the diabetes? Because of late we are a lot of discussing on the diabetes, remission diabetes. Professor Chandru told about the diabetes, remission diabetes, this one, the reversal also. We have direct trial. We have a lot of trials. We have nurses trial. We have finished trial. We have diabetes prevention trial. After we have recently, we have this direct trial also. What direct trial? Clearly lose ultimate calorie. This one ultimate calorie restriction by 500 to 800 milligrams, 800 kilocalories. With increased physical activity by more than 55 minutes, the pre-diabetic patient will become a non-diabetic. Diabetes remission and reversal of diabetes, and diabetic patient will become a pre-diabetes and a non-diabetic for 2 years. And therefore, the remission can be obtained by direct trial by means of this enhanced physical activity only and diet control only and not by the drugs. So, dear friend, coming to the summary now, exercise is a medicine already. It's in our catalog. Exercise is a lifestyle medicine that is implicated. It is following right from the Charaka period, Shushruta period is very, very important. Physical activity, a cornerstone in all form of diabetes. All the global algorithms clearly allude to the importance of physical activity. The first line in the treatment of diabetes will be the healthy eating. The next will be the high physical activity. Physical activity plays a pivotal role in all prevention, right from the primordial prevention, primary and secondary prevention. Even in tertiary prevention also, physical activity plays an important role to prevent the complication. Enhanced activity with calorie restriction have the possibility of remission of diabetes or reversal of pre-diabetes. That is important message that the latest guidelines are implicated. Exercise should be individualized. So gender, age, duration, and comorbidities according to the individual to be applied for the exercises. Exercise in the presence of diabetes, autonomic neuropathy should be monitored and kept in mind. Apart from CRM burden, that is cardio-renal burden, we have the other benefits by exercise by means. It will have the enhanced psychosocial well-being. It improves the cognitive behavior. It improves the quality of life and also beautiful outcomes. So recently from the data clearly show that enhanced physical activity, calorie conscious, will address the twin cycle hypothesis. What is that? Pancreatic fat and hepatic fat will be reduced and ultimately there will be diabetes solution. Due to this, the epicardial fat also will be reduced and ultimately we have huge benefit of myocardium. So the myocardial benefit, metabolic flexibility, mitochondrial function can be easily this one implemented by means of regular physical activity and a healthier lifestyle. So this cartoon taken 2 days back from the Lancet. So this shows the unhealthy adipose tissue. This is normal adipose tissue. By means of healthy diet, by means of increased physical activity, appropriate medication, we can make this hypertrophy of the adipose tissue into normal adipose tissue. This abnormal fatty liver, this is normal liver. So we can make this metabolically unhealthy man a normal, metabolically healthy man by means of enhanced physical activity. And therefore, the exercise is a medicine and exercise is a mantra for the type 2 diabetic patient, for all the diabetic patients. Thank you very much, my dear friends, for giving the great opportunity. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, Dr. Kannan, sir, it was indeed a great presentation, sir. We are very happy to have you going in detail about the biochemical changes, the pathophysiological changes, looking into the metabolism and coming to the do's and don'ts of and what to be done in spite of the risk factors, whatever the patients have been having. So it was a wonderful presentation, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I think Dr. Kannan has covered everything about the do's and don'ts, like starting with the exercise prescription, how it should be done. But one thing which I would like to remind our audience is the 150 minutes of walking per week to maintain. Suppose if the patient is obese, overweight, if they want to lose weight, I think the 250 to 300 minutes of exercise per week would enable them to lose weight. So that is another thing. But we do have many geriatric populations. They do have this kind of diabetes under poor control. Like the exercise prescription is really always a challenge. Of course, with the recent COVID pandemic and other things, like most of the people have to remain indoors. So the stretch exercise and stationary walking, stationary jogging, all these kind of thing, like of innovative forms of exercise, which we have told to our patients. I think so. I congratulate Dr. Kannan for having done a elaborate, exhaustive lecture on exercise prescription to our diabetic patients. Dr. Kannan, sir.
Yes, very nice. I really congratulate you for selecting all the top speakers. I mean, Kannan, our in-house, our own, like a friend, is a wonderful presentation. A lot of exhaustive presentation, right from the molecular level to the examples and complications. I think it's covered entirely everything, and also insisted about it acts like the exercise acts like insulin. It increases the glucose transporter to the membrane. Thereby, the glucose is taken inside. That's what actually insulin does. How the insulin does, it translocates the GLUT4 into the inside, so that the glucose is attracted inside the cell. So the same things occurred in the exercise. That has been very much nicely highlighted by that. And also, as mentioned, that the metabolic shift from glucose to free fatty acids and to the lipid metabolism, all these things that's taking place. And also, the most importantly, it augments the expression of genes, which involves in the production of inflammatory markers and atherosclerosis. So if you do exercise, it alters at gene level to decrease inflammatory markers and atherosclerosis in future. Thereby, you can prevent all CVDs. So wonderful information. I think it's very, very nice to listen to this talk. And also, yes, it's emphasized about the endurance exercise and the value of aerobic exercise and all these things. I think very nice, sir. Actually, we should be very. I congratulate him for the wonderful presentation. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next, we move on to the another.
Only one question, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, particularly, you advised exercise in the morning, sir. When we see cardiac patients also, we know that MI and stroke is particularly common in the morning. So in cardiac patients, what time you prefer to do exercise? What time you advise them, morning or evening, sir?
Sir, our basic mantra of the diabetic patient is, sir, eat on time, sleep on time, and eat healthy. So they have to sleep at least for 8 hours on cardiac patients. So the exercise may be done between 7:30 and 8:30 in the morning, sir. That is the ideal time for the exercise for the cardiac patient. They have to be accommodated for any person. That is the thing was given by ADA earlier, recent ADA Sandra Carey regarding with the American Sports Association, Sports College. They have clearly entitled the importance of exercise among the diabetic patient with the cardiovascular morbidity among the elderly population. They are advocated between the time between 7:30 and 8:30 a.m. sir.
Thank you, sir.
So all diabetic patients with the CVD, they should be prescribed low to moderate graded exercise, not the high intensity exercise, and it should be done under the supervision and the prescription of your physician or a diabetologist, and it should be a graded one. Suppose if they get any kind of untoward symptoms like chest pain or breathlessness, they should stop and take the help of your physician. So that is the most important thing. The timing is not the important thing, but the mindset is more important, and we need to ask all our patients with diabetic with CVD, they should do all the kind of exercise, particularly the aerobic exercises they can do. Only thing is like they should not do a high intensity or exercise that involves the Valsalva maneuver. So that we need to be very careful. So I think with this, we end this session.
This neurohormonal surge will be taken between the time of between 4 to 6 a.m. only, but not after the 7:30 or 8:30 a.m. So the cardiovascular patient, right, our Professor Santhu was telling, there are no specific time, but we have to avoid in the early morning between 4 to 6. Sir. That is very, very important among the cardiac patients.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next, we move on to the another facet of lifestyle, Like whenever we talk about lifestyle, other than the diet and the exercise, we usually of late, like for the past one and a half decades, though yoga is originated in India 5,000 years ago, like we are more kind of awareness among all the people with the NCDs, like particularly with the diabetes and hypertension and the CAD part of it. Like to talk on this, like yoga therapy and its benefits, we have a scholarly person, Professor R. Palani, with us. I request Dr. Parandaman sir to introduce Dr. Palani sir.
Yes. Thank you very much, sir. It's really a wonderful talk. And next is we go for the yoga therapy and its benefits in yoga. So the yoga is nothing but it is a dynamic state of physical, mental ease coupled with the spiritual well-being. So that's the most important aspect of the life. And now we are in the year of NCD, that is non-communicable disease, because this yoga, if you practice right from the beginning, you can prevent a non-communicable disease. So it will lead on to the healthy life. So to talk on that, we have the wonderful talk by our professor, is a renowned professor, is expert in neurology. Not only is a neurologist, he is a wonderful clinician, physician, and yes, obtained so many degrees. I can enumerate. Started MD, DM Neurology, and MRCP UK, and FRCP London, FRCP Ireland, and is a fellow of European College of Neurology. He is a fellow of American Academic Neurology. He is a fellow of American Neurologists Association, and so many things. And of course, he has done a PG diploma in the medical legal aspects, and he's also learned about the yoga, and he is spiritual, and so many things. And he's the founder president of South India Neurological Academic Association. And I think so, nobody in Tamil Nadu or in India will having so many degrees, so many accomplishments. Really, we are proud of inviting our Professor Professor Palani sir to deliver this lecture on yoga and its benefits. So I welcome and now over to the speaker.
Thank you, sir. I'll share my screen. Can all of you see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Go to the slideshow, sir.
Yes, I've done it. I thank Professor Chandrasekhar sir for asking me to talk on yoga therapy and its benefits. I think he asked me because recently I've completed my PG diploma in yoga therapy. And I'm interested in yoga therapy because all of us know yoga and many people have a lot of knowledge in yoga as well. And applying therapeutically yoga for patient benefit, we have to see the underlying medical condition. We cannot apply all the yoga to all the patients. Some patients, elderly people have limitations of movements. They have arthritis, they have underlying coronary artery disease, they have obesity. So many medical conditions restrict them to do a lot of yogas. So we have to design the yoga as per their physical fitness, and we have to design the yoga as per the underlying medical conditions. This concept of yoga therapy is picking up all over the world, and because it can be done at home, it can be done anywhere. You need only a mat. It is very cost effective, and you can train people to do that instead of doing some kind of treatment every day, which costs them quite a lot of money. So it is very, very important to know about the therapeutic application of yoga, because the knowledge of yoga is almost 5,000 years old. So as I was telling, that the application of yogic methods for healing of diseases, we always, from my undergraduate time, that we think that like there is a medical condition, we name the disease, then we think about the medication, some drug to give to the patient to cure the disease. We know that a lot of things we cannot cure, we can control it, we can make the patient life better, And we have to keep in mind, and all of us know that it is not only giving medication alone matter, that we need a lot of complementary additional therapeutic interventions in different forms, like lifestyle modification, yoga, and all those things. Very, very important, because just giving medicine and living the same kind of life is not going to make the life better for the patient. It is simple. It is not expensive. It is scientific. I'll quote a lot of papers in the end of the slide that quite a lot of research has been done. It is scientific. It has preventive role as well. And starting from, because yoga is a very big field, and people do big meetings and for days together and all. So I don't want to bore you with too much information, because human brain will not take a lot of information at one time. So I just will give some basic concepts. We know the physical body, the body we possess, made up of bones and tissues and ligaments. That is the physical body, and that is the body which carries our soul. And we always we talk about all the disease which affects the physical body. The astral body is a body which carries pleasure and pain, and the causal body is a seed body. You know, it has the past experiences. And
so your slides are not moving, sir.
No. Can you see this physical body, astral body slide?
No, sir. No, sir.
Is it okay? So I don't know. Can you see now?
No, sir. We could see your first one, the yoga and its benefits. So after that, like we didn't see your slides are moving.
Okay, I'll share it again. I'll come back.
It is not in the slideshow also.
It is
you
not
put
in
your slideshow, sir. Slideshow mode.
Okay. Just you can't see anything. Okay. Can you see the slide now? No?
No, sir.
So you have to share it.
I've done the sharing. Maybe that it has gone from the sharing. I'll try again. Okay, it has disappeared from there. 1 minute.
Priya, can you help, sir?
No. I'll do it. Don't worry. Can you see the slide now?
Yeah,
Yes,
slides.
So you have to go to the slideshow.
Slideshow.
Okay, I have to go to the slideshow. Can you see now? You can't see?
Not a slideshow.
So when you share your screen, just stop share your screen, and when you share your screen again, make sure that you share the slideshow directly and not the PPT. Let it be on the slideshow. If you are able to see the slideshow yourself, just let it be on that. Just stop share, and when you share it again, just select the box in which slideshow is shown.
Okay, so new computer. That's why 1 minute.
Share it again.
I'll do it again. 2 minutes. Okay, you want to click the share?
Yes, sir. Click on share screen.
Okay, I click the window is coming, then I click the share now. Okay?
Yeah.
Can you see now?
Yes, sir. Please, can you do it on slideshow mode?
So you go to the top, sir. You go to the top. Next to animation, you have this slideshow.
I have there. The slideshow is there. But when I click it, only disappearing. Can you see me there?
No, sir. See, when you share your screen, beforehand only you do slideshow mode and then you share your screen. So you'll be able to see two boxes. One is with the PPT and one is with the slideshow mode. So directly click on slideshow mode and share your screen.
Can you see now? No.
Can you
No,
move
sir.
these slides, sir? Can you move these slides? We could see physical body, astral body, and casual body. Yeah, it's
Can you
moving, sir.
Okay.
No
I think
issues, sir.
No
You
problem.
can talk like that, sir. No
We can,
issues,
no,
sir.
no problem. This is,
No
this
problem,
is
sir.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
we are able to see your slides, sir.
Okay.
Please, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
as I
We
was
could see, sir.
okay, I present like this. I think when it became large screen, there's some problem happening. So
Yes,
physical
sir.
body, astral body, and casual body. The physical body is the body we possess, and all of us talk about all the medical disorder affecting the physical body, psychological disorders, and this is the body which we handle medically. The astral body is is a separate body. It is about the pleasure and pain we go through the life. And the casual body is a seed body. That is the body which possesses the past experiences about whatever we gone through in the previous kind of thing. So when we die, the astral body and casual body are together. And when we die, the astral body and casual body go away from the physical body. When the physical body get damaged and not fit for living anymore, the astral body and casual body leaves the physical body. So yoga is not just asana, because we always think that yoga means yoga asana. It is more than that. It is about mindfulness. It's about meditation and mudras and bandhas and kriyas and asanas and so many breathing techniques. So it's a lot of combinations. It's a way of living. It's almost 5,000 years old, and basically our ancestors who lived in the jungles and forest, and they saw the animals, and they do certain kind of movement to get relief from the stress and to tone up themselves. So I think a lot of things are gathered from the nature collection. So the asanas help to tone the nervous system, improve circulation, release tension, and improve flexibility. When you're not able to see the slides, kindly let me know. Okay, can you see the slides now? Okay. So it is performed in a slow and relaxed manner. We have to keep in mind, no, we are talking about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, and it puts a lot of tension on the patients. You know, like I have a patient one day asked me that, you know, I am running for some 20 minutes, then I do some exercise for another 20 minutes, then I feel very tired at the end of the exercise. And then I told, why you are doing like that? You know, do in a very slow and relaxed manner, and every day the body will not be the same. One day it will be fit for doing everything. Next day it will be tired. We don't possess the same amount of energy every day. And he told, no, I can do only that. And he let me know that how I will prevent getting tired after all this thing. I told that if you are not listening to Dr. Pioneer, at least listen to your body and mind, because he's not ready to listen that, you know, his body is not going to be the same every day. So giving a fixed schedule of exercise, ask the patient to do every day, can also make the patient get into cardiovascular, cerebrovascular problem, because the body tells you are not fit to do so much today. We have to listen to the body. The body tells enough today, kindly stop it. So it broadens the mental faculties. It enhances spiritual capabilities. So pranayama, and these breathing issues are becoming a big issues. I don't know, many of you know that there are oxygen puffs in some countries where a lot of population and air pollution is there. And wherever there is more air pollution, there is 30% increase in the chance of a vascular event, especially cerebrovascular event. And we don't breathe properly. You know, we breathe very shallow, and there are times one of our nostril is blocked, and some people have both nostril is blocked, and through the narrow passage, air goes in and comes out, and the lungs is partly inflated and become hyperventilated, partly weakened the lung, and what we look outside very nice and muscular and well built and having a good all these things, but whether the body really looks healthy inside, unless we don't know. So it's very, very important to open the nostrils and breathe adequately and learn the breathing technique. And many times that when we, apart from this yoga, in the regular exercise, there are times people stop breathing. When they're doing very severe exercise, they stop breathing for a short time. And there are some lot of conditions about people while sleeping have a hyperventilation episodes. There are people stop breathing for short time, not obese people I'm talking about. I'm talking about the normal people. A quite significant proportion of people have a few episodes of hyperventilation and apneic episodes, even though they look normal outside. That's because of respiratory center issues. It's very, very important that we concentrate on, because our body lives on oxygen. Less oxygen is supplied to the body and the body gets a lot of medical issues. The deep breathing helps to cleanse and nourish the physical body. While inhaling fully, we are supplying adequate oxygen to every cell in the body. It helps us to get physical and mental rejuvenation. So proper relaxation, very, very, as I was telling, that yoga should not be done in a very tight body, like we do. Some people do martial art and a lot of jogging, that, like go to the gym and all. The body is kept in a very tight position. Is where yoga is more of a relaxation position, and we should keep the body very loose and mind, like very relaxed. And that's the way to do yoga, not to keep the mind and body very tight and stiff. By continuous work, the natural efficiency of body and mind diminishes. Rest and relaxation gives the body a chance to recharge. Yogic methods give this. And we continuously work. And recently, I've been elected as Vice Chairman for Journal Neurology, American Academy of Neurology. And there was a beautiful discussion about people working long hours, feel very tired at the end of the clinical outpatient workup. And I was suggesting to the people that everybody knows we have to adequately take adequate hydration, and we can do some kind of sitting exercise in the chair itself, like you can do some pranayam, some breathing exercise, and mild stretching form of simple yogas in the sitting position itself. And I used to get up in the chair and take the blood pressure of every patient who comes to my clinic. That way that I get up from the chair and move myself. All these things will make my muscles to relax and my mind to relax. And by pranayam, I'll give better oxygen to the brain. So my brain works better, because we are thinking very deeply for all the patients to come to a diagnosis and treatment plan. We need a very strong brain, oxygenated brain, not hyperventilated, tired brain and tired body. Rest and relaxation gives the body a chance to recharge. And the important thing in yoga, it can be done at any time, any place. And the only thing, pranayam should not be done when the stomach is full. Otherwise, you can do at any time for a short time, like even 1 or 2 minutes is quite good enough. We don't need a large hours of exercise, a large amount of time for doing all this yoga therapy. Yogic methods give this. You need only a mat, actually. You can put a mat and you can do, or you can sit in the chair, you can do it, actually. We don't need big equipments, technological devices to do all these things. Yoga Sutra of Patanjali. Patanjali is, he's the person, he's the father of yoga. And he mentioned a very simple word. Yoga is suturing the wounds of life. Our body is wounded every day, stress, depression, anxiety. And we are running behind something all the time and not happy with things. And damage the body. Don't move the joint, become arthritic joints. And the body becomes stiff. We're getting fibromyalgia. And we wound the body left and right every day for what? And yoga is suturing the wounds of life. Breathing practices brings awareness. Breath is a bridge between the body and the mind. It increases the lung capacity. It increases the blood circulation. It relaxes the mind and neurological system. So there is something called Surya Namaskar, salutation to the sun. And I think many of you would have known about this. This is a combination of yoga. So many yogasanas come into one thing called Surya Namaskar. It's not only a yogasana, it also has a pranayam, because you inhale and exhale in certain asanas, and you do some certain mudra like Namaskar mudra, and you do some bandhas, actually. I'll tell about all these things. So it is very difficult to do all the steps of Surya Namaskar by elderly people. We have to keep in mind, like when people are going for yoga training, that the people, how much they know about the underlying medical conditions is very, very important. We have to ask them, do you have hypertension? Do you have diabetes? Do you have coronary artery disease? Do you have any cerebrovascular disease in the past? And what are other ailments you have is very important, because you cannot give and you cannot tell the people that why you are not able to do something. They will break the bone or they'll land up in some other issue. So we have to, there's something called assisted asanas. They can do whatever movement they can do. Moving a movement is definitely better than not moving any movement at all. We cannot expect them to have 180-degree, 90-degree movement like what young people are doing. So you can do a limited movement, whatever you can do, and you can do assisted asana. You can have, there is something called chair, asana chairs available, and you can hold the chair, you can do some asana. So this is called assisted asana. They should not not fall down, break the bone while doing it actually. Very, very important. What fits one person cannot fit other person. And we cannot give the standard therapeutic advice, a standard exercise advice, a standard yoga advice to the patients. Whatever we read in the data, statistical analysis is a combination of all the patients, and it basically is only for legal purpose they are giving. When it comes to individual patient, every patient is different. Combination of yogasana, pranayam, and mudra and bandha. So what are the different types of asana in Surya Namaskar? Pranam asana, all of you go through the Google and you see all the pictures. But if I add all those pictures, the time will exceed the 30 minutes. I cannot finish in time. So pranamasana, padasthana, padasthasana, ashva sanchalasana, pada sanchalasana, sasangasana, sastanga namaskar, bhujangasana, parvatasana, sasangasana, ashva sanchalasana, padasthasana and pranamasana. There's so many steps actually, and I have been trained in all these things. So you don't try to do everything at the same one sitting itself actually. You do, for example, prayasana and padasthasana. If you can do that, that is more than enough sometimes. So other asana, you have to bend down, you have to touch, you have to bend your knee, then you have to go to the so many asanas are there. So it is, if you are not able to do all the components, you do whatever component you can do. That's more than enough. So what are the basic asanas? Standing asana, sitting asana, prone asana, and supine asana. So there's some asana you can do in standing position, some you can do in sitting position, some you can do in prone position, some you can do in supine position. The standing asanas are Ardhakatti Sakrasana, Utkattasana, Tadasana, Ekapadasana, and Trikonasana. Sitting asanas are Swatikasana, Virasana, Komukasana, Ardha, Matya Sendrasana. So you have to keep in mind, some of the asanas are cultural asanas, are complicated asanas that you cannot do, elder people, and is difficult. So you can do some simple like Tadasana, asana like Swastikasana, like as I told, Parayasana and Padasthasana. Whatever they can do it. You cannot do, it's not possible to all the asanas, especially people with a lot of medical conditions when they are old actually. So Badakonasana and Janu Sirsasana. Pronasanas are Makarasana, Dhanurasana, Treka Bhujangasana, Saturanga Dandasana. Supine asanas are Navasana, Pavana Muktasana, Alasana, Sakarasana, and Sedu Bandhasana. They are all little difficult asanas to do. Yoga you can do all those things. Nothing is difficult, but the only thing you have to keep in mind when you start your yoga, don't try to do all these complicated asanas on the day one. Start with something simple. Go on, do it for quite some time. After 2-3 years, your body become more flexible. Then you can try that if it's possible to. Otherwise, if you can't do that, don't do the cultural difficult asanas. You do the standard simple asanas. Yoga is suited for both types of diabetes mellitus. In IDDM, asanas help to prevent an increase in insulin requirement. In NADDM, asanas help to normalize blood sugar due to the high intensity workout. Regular yoga practice helps to increase glucose utilization. It helps to attain ideal body weight. It develops stamina and provides a sense of well-being. Sun salutation or Surya Namaskara, which I was telling, one round consists of 12 postures. Asanas useful in diabetes mellitus. Standing asana, you can do, as I was telling, Tadasana, Ardhakatti Sakrasana, Trikonasana. Trikonasana may be a little difficult. Tadasana, people can do it actually. Ardhakatti Sakrasana also possible to do. Sitting asana, Dandasana, Vajrasana, Badakonasana, Uttarasana, Komukasana, Ardha Asyendrasana, and Janu Sirsasana. I think out of this, Gomukasana you can do in a sitting position. And some asanas may be difficult for a little bit, especially Sirsasana and all difficult actually. You don't need to do all the sitting, standing, and you can do 1 or 2 asana, whether it is sitting, standing, or kind of thing. I always advise people with postural hypotension, people have diabetic neuropathy, people to do sitting asanas or assisted asana. In the standing asana, they can do in an assisted asana way. You can do prone and supine also, whatever possible, I will tell you that. These prone asanas are abdomen lie down position. Makarasana. Makarasana is a little easier. You have to lie down on the face down and you have to fold your arm together. And Bhujangasana is possible. You can do lie down on the abdomen lie down position. You can turn your head also and see a little bit. And Salabhasana and Dhanurasana. So Bhujangasana and Makarasana is it's not that difficult to do. Supine asanas is Navasana, Matya Shasana, and Supta Virasana, Sarvangasana, Alasana, and Savasana. I think Savasana is like corpse position. You have to lie down on your back and you have to keep your palm facing upwards, keep your feet little apart and just relax. It's called corpse position or Savasana, and it's more easy to do. It gives a lot of relaxation to the body and mind actually. And Sarvangasana is also possible to do. Adasana, you can take time. It will take time to do it. And these are the different types of yoga postures actually. You can see that whatever simple you can do. These asanas you can try, it's not that difficult. And this kind of Eka Padasana you can do, but you need to have good balance. If you do that with no balance or peripheral neuropathy, people may fall down. These are all possible. They can do that. But you don't need to fold and the feet coming up to the thigh actually. Only it is sometimes difficult. People can do whatever position is possible. So you don't need to you can do this kind of even Tadasana you can do in a sitting position, that lateral bending of the spine. So you can choose whatever is ideal for you. So pranayama is Vibhaga pranayama is sectional breathing, and Nadi Suddhi is the balancing pranayama. And people right side is sun and left is moon. You inhale through the left nostril, exhale through the right nostril. For left side, and then you inhale through the right nostril and exhale through the left nostril. Keep in mind that the holding and this 1:4:2 and all, you have to be careful in people with coronary artery disease or people with underlying lung disorders, severe badly damaged lung, and all those things that you can do just inhale and exhale technique also is more than enough. You don't need to strain them because it has some impact on the autonomic nervous system. But Nadi Suddhi is very useful. Just inhaling and exhaling is fantastic to the patient. Surya Bedana, as I was telling, right side on the left inhale and right exhale. And Bastrika is you have to lift your hand, both hand up together. While you are lifting the hand together up, you inhale. When you are bringing the hand down, you do exhale. That is Bastrika. Do very slowly. As I was telling, yoga should be done in a relaxed position. And Brahmari is basically making a B sound, and you have to put your fingers, one finger on the eyeball, one on the close to the nose, one upper lip and one lower lip, and both thumb on the back of the head, and you make a B sound like like that. And that is the kind of it is also useful for it's a kind of chanting meditation also is useful. So mudra, you see the yoga mudra, and people use mudra in Bharatanatyam also. So mudra has a lot of benefit actually. The fingers, they classify the fingers as thumb is fire, and index finger is air, middle finger is sky, and ring finger is earth. Little finger is water. So you can keep that our body is made up of these 5 elements: fire, air, sky, earth, and water. So there are different types of mudra. Chin mudra, Pankaj mudra. I teach my patients Chin mudra is more simple to do. And Chinmaya mudra and Adi mudra. And Pankaj mudra, Apana mudra, Varuna mudra, Vayu mudra, Linga mudra, Sangha mudra. So these are some of the mudras like Gyan mudra, Prana mudra, Prithvi mudra, Varun mudra, and Surya mudra. You can combine mudra with some other asana like swastika asana, and you can combine along with pranayama also. So you can combine look at the benefit of everything together. So certain asanas you can combine pranayam and mudra and asanas together. So bandha means to lock, close off. The energy flow to the particular area is blocked actually. When bandha is released, this causes the energy to flow more strongly through the body with an increased pressure. There are 3 types of bandha. Mula bandha, that is pelvic floor of muscles. The people contract and relax the muscle. They contract, they hold the air for some time, then relaxes. Mula bandha is very good for pelvic floor muscles. And Uddiyana bandha is abdominals up to the diaphragm. They just bend and hold the breathe together and and contract the diaphragm. So Uddiyana bandha. And Jalandhara bandha is for the throat. For example, that when you inhale the air and you hold the air in the throat and just bend the neck a little bit down, so the air gets locked there in the throat. It stretches the thyroid gland. It is useful for thyroid disorders kind of thing actually. But you have to be little try to do the Jalandhara bandha. You hold the hair in the throat, then releases the air actually. Yoga Nidra is a special type of relaxation, also known as conscious sleep. It helps to eliminate the stress from the subconscious level. So like after we finish all the yoga exercise, then we just relax with the closed eyes, and it's a kind of conscious sleep that people use some chanting kind of thing. You feel like sleeping. It's a kind of yoga nidra. And meditation, there are different types of meditation. One is Om meditation. You can do also. And then another thing is people can touch the tip of the tongue in the middle of the palate and make a sound like that. And that sound, the vibration will go through the pineal gland, pituitary gland to the brain. It relaxes the brain. That is Makaram, Angaram, then Om meditation. Then all these things are useful. Then there is something called Kapalbhati. People make a, they'll take the stomach in and bring it out a little rapidly, and that will clean the nostrils and it clean the secretions also. I think that people with underlying cardiac disease, they have to do a little slowly. Particularly useful in psychosomatic and stress-related disorders. The chanting meditation is very useful for psychosomatic and stress-related disorders. I think all these things like 3 to 5 minutes, people do some small meditation, chanting meditation, sitting asana like the Tadasana movement in the sitting position itself, and some mild stretching movements in the clinic itself will make the doctors to get relief from the stress, because people are working long hours, sitting in the same position. They are also prone for all medical disorders. We are giving advice to the patient. We are more at risk compared to the patient population. The Journal of Diabetic Research, the review article open access by Kim E. Innes et al. Yoga for adults with type 2 diabetes, a systematic review of controlled trials. Yogic practices may promote significant improvement in several indices of major importance in management of type 2 diabetes, including glycemic control, lipid levels, and body composition. There are a lot of papers. Lower the oxidative stress, lower the blood pressure, enhance pulmonary and nervous system function, improve mood, sleep, and quality of life. It reduces medication use. Complementary therapies in medicine 2016 by Vinod Kumar et al. The role of yoga for patients with type 2 diabetes mellitus. They've done a systematic review and meta-analysis. They've taken 17 RCTs, and the meta-analysis showed yoga caused a significant reduction in fasting blood sugar, postprandial blood sugar, and glycosylated hemoglobin. I have only 1 or 2 slides. So benefits of yoga for stroke patients. There's a lot of things, only stroke and diabetes I'm going to cover in this. Another 1 or 2 slides. Improves mind-body connection. Improves balance, range of motion and strength. Improves walking and balance. Accessible for all stroke patients. You don't need a physiotherapist every day, because they are everyday physiotherapy. Some people are really poor. They can't afford people coming home and doing exercise for them. The family, they can do some simple yoga, teach them also, and they can have physio in addition whenever it is possible for them to afford it, because not doing anything and lying down in the bed and taking our medicine is not going to improve the mobility of the patient. And it also, yoga reminds you to breathe while you exercise. We know that because we are doing in a relaxed position, we are conscious of what we are doing. So there is chair yoga for stroke survivors by American Stroke Foundation. They done a work, and they found that if you there are special chairs, a regular chair with no back frame is there, but there is no back in between lines are there. So you can use that for they've done a study on chair yoga. Yoga interventions used for the rehabilitation of stroke, Parkinson's disease, and multiple sclerosis by Jachari, Legal et al. Found a good benefit with these patients. Tadasana, there is a study published on yoga, Tadasana Yoga Manual for preventing vasovagal syncope. Recurrence, if somebody has a vasovagal syncope, recurrent vasovagal syncope, Tadasana is beneficial. There is a pilot study, they published it. So this is enough slides. So my aim is to tell through this lecture that we know yoga. We know there are a lot of yogas are available. We know there are simple yoga, there are little difficult yogas called cultural yogas. It takes a lot of time to get into the cultural yoga level, and we can do assisted asanas for the people. The basic things are connecting the mind and the body, and simple asanas. And we have to choose according to the underlying disease and patient ability to do the yoga, that we have to assess the patient, and we have to decide based on the patient fitness and the underlying medical disorder what yoga suits the patient. And just moving and doing some simple yoga with assisted asanas and some pranayam breathing exercise, and all these things will be useful to the patient. So so we have to understand yoga therapy is going to play a major role in the coming future in the majority of specialty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes.
You have an account on.
Thank you very much, sir, for a wonderful present deliberation. And you started with the basic aspects like yoga should be done in a slow and relaxed manner. That's very, very important. And we know we are listening to so many people, so many lectures, so many teachers and friends and family members. But you told the concept of listening to your body listen to your mind. That's very, very important, attractive points, because you have to listen to our body first. We have to listen to our mind first. And one another concept is that in pranayama, you take increased oxygenation to the brain. So if you want to have a good brain function, you do pranayama. So increase oxygenation to the brain. And of course, we all know that increase uptake, glucose uptake and utilization. And yoga, and also we are knowing the suturing of the wound. You do the cat gets for the suturing of the wounds. But what you mentioned is that yoga sutures the wound of the life. So that's really a wonderful point. Wound of the life. We have got so many wounds in the life. So yoga is suturing the wound of the life. So I think it's a nice concept you brought out, and it is all new for us itself because it's a gray area for us. And also you showed about so many asanas and different positions. And I hope if you do yoga, you activate all the muscles in the body. Almost all the muscles in the body you'll activate, thereby the muscle function improves and the metabolism improves. And also you mentioned about the meditation is nothing but a conscious sleep. So that meditation means, I did not know this particular point, is meditation nothing but a conscious sleep. We know sleep, we know conscious, we know coma, but meditation is a conscious sleep. So wonderful point, I think. And moreover, we have covered all the entire aspects of the yoga presentation. Really, it was very much useful. And I really glad that you are invited and you are accepted to present this lecture in our forum. Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful deliberation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Palani, sir. It's indeed an excellent lecture. In fact, we are proud of you. Such a man with versatility. Sir, I would like to ask one thing, sir. Usually our patient says, I'm also doing yoga or something like that. They say, so how long would you expect the benefits, the metabolic benefits to happen? How long the patient has to of course, it has to be continued forever. But the thing is, how long would you expect the patient to continue to harp on the metabolic benefits?
The important thing is most of the patients we see in our clinic, apart from the medical disorder, they are psychosomatic and stress-related disorders. So when they are having psychosomatic and stress-related disorders, whether with whatever treatment we give, whatever asana they do, they don't feel happy. So I think, as I was telling, that asana, yogasana is not only asana. I focus more on chanting meditation or meditation techniques, plus other relaxation techniques and mindfulness, conscious of the body and mind. And most of the time we live in the environment. We react to the environment. We know we get angry with what we see every day. And all those things will affect our body and mind. And so it's very important that our body tells, go eat in time, go to bed in time, don't get angry, it's not worth it. Don't argue with this person. We don't listen to the mind actually. We don't listen to the body. So that nowadays, even American Academy of Neurology, many international bodies are talking about being mindful. I think being mindful, I always teach my patient. After I finished this course, I started teaching my patient, psychosomatic disorder patient, how to be mindful. And teach them about chanting. This chanting can be done anytime. For example, they are getting suddenly stressed. They don't know how to react. They can sit any place. They can put in a chin mudra, chinmaya mudra, do some chant meditation, like Om meditation or Aum meditation or Makara meditation. Because we see people with different religions come to the clinic. It's not only we have to. I always tell them yogasana is only a way of living, and it is only some kind of exercise which our ancestors are doing. And whatever chanting suits them, for example, whatever word they used in the religion, I ask them to chant that word and close the eye and do chinna, chinmaya mudra and meditate it. And then the mind relaxes. Then they can do some relaxation exercise and all those things. I think it's a combination of everything. And we have to choose asana according to the underlying illness. Sometimes we choose asana which doesn't help the particular underlying disorder. For example, patient can have low back pain, and a patient can have fibromyalgia, a patient can have diabetes, patient can have endocrine disorders. That is the role of yoga therapy, because that we know about everything about yoga, but which yoga suits which patient, that has to be taught to the patient. And always we have to tell the patient that this is only additional therapy, and they have to do everything together. It's a holistic approach. We cannot cure everything with just to do some exercise and then you will be all right. You don't need any intervention kind of thing. I think it is a combination of everything. It makes them better. I think lifestyle modification, all these kind of things will prevent actually. I think in the preventive aspect, there's a lot of role. Once they get disease, we have to keep in mind that it's a combination and it's a holistic approach.
Yes, as you rightly said, yoga is not only for the illness, but also for the wellness. I think, thank you, sir. Thank you for being with us. Sir, I would like to ask one thing, sir. Usually our patients say, I'm also doing yoga or something like that. They usually say, so how long would you expect the patient to continue to to deliver this wonderful talk on yoga therapy and its benefits. Next, we move on to the another things which we commonly face, like being in a country rich in heritage and culture. We often talk about the Indian spices and herbs, and are they really having any role in the treatment of diabetes? To talk on that, like we have with us Dr. R.P. Rajesh. May I request Dr. Ramkumar to introduce the speaker?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Chandrasekhar, for giving the opportunity. Dr. Rajesh is a consultant diabetologist at Adavan Diabetic and Research Center, Kodambakkam and Velachery, Chennai. He is also a visiting consultant in Deepam Medfirst Hospital, Pallikaranai. He is also a visiting consultant at HVF, Ministry of Defense, Avadi. Formed the Chennai Diabetes Forum, through which various CMEs are conducted in diabetology, involved as a faculty and as a part of organizing committee in various regional national conferences in diabetes, involved as a faculty in various certificate courses in diabetes for medical practitioners and diabetes educators, and he is also an advisor and principal investigator in few multi-center clinical trials in diabetes. Now I invite Dr. R.P. Rajesh to give his lecture.
So respected senior clinicians and my dear friends, a very good evening to all of you. Over the next few minutes, I'm going to, over the next 20 or 30 minutes, I'm going to discuss with you about herbs and spices in Indian culture. Are they really effective in management of diabetes? So before I could start, I want to profusely thank Professor Chandrasekhar sir for giving this wonderful opportunity. So moving to the topic, we Indians are actually blessed with a great sense of taste, and our taste buds are actually highly functional and often highly demanding. So that's why we all believe in taking the same dish in different flavors. For example, for other country people, it will be just a chicken gravy or a chicken curry. But for us, it is not a simple chicken curry. We take the chicken curry in the form of a red chicken curry or a green chicken curry or a white chicken curry. All these things are because of different herbs and different spices. So the addition of herbs and spices in our diet, it dates back to a very long period. And for ages, we have been adding herbs and spices in our diet. And the reason why we actually add these herbs and spices is simple because it gives a good palatability to our diet. It gives us flavor, it adds up color, it adds up an aroma, it gives us better taste. And not only that, some of the spices are also used as preservatives. So it doesn't stop with there, but what happens is that most of these spices, they have some medicinal values because they are already used in various medical conditions because they have biologically active compounds which has various therapeutic effects. So let me show you one particular study here. This study was actually done in South Africa, where they wanted to look into the anti-diabetic activity of some common herbs. So in this way, they have taken some 30 herbs and they have isolated some 2,300 compounds, out of which what they found over 900 compounds had potent anti-diabetic activity. And among these 900 compounds, there were two major classes of, there were many classes of biologically active compounds, but there are two major chemical classes of these biologically active compounds, which are called sesquiterpenoids and flavonoids or flavonoid glycosides. So all these compounds had the potential to reduce the blood sugar level, to reduce the cholesterol levels, and also to regulate insulin secretion. And if I'm going to talk about these 30 herbs and just 2 minutes for each herb, that itself will take about 1 hour. So what I will do is that I am just going to touch upon few very common herbs and spices which we usually use in our routine practice. So first, let us look into this fenugreek. So this is one of the highly studied spices and highly effective spice in the management of diabetes. We have plenty of data. We have plenty of studies to show the action of fenugreek in patients with diabetes. Here I am projecting a data. In fact, it is an interesting data. This is done among patients with pre-diabetes, and this is a prospective study. This was done for a period of 3 years, a randomized controlled trial. This was done for a period of 3 years. And another important thing is that this work was actually funded by RSSDA. So all of these patients were pre-diabetes patients. They have taken 113 patients, more than 130 patients. And what they have done is that all these were pre-diabetic subjects. So they divided into 2 groups. One group received fenugreek powder in a dose of 5 grams 2 times daily before meals, and the other group received some placebo. And what happened? Every 3 months they used to review these patients, and what happened at the end of 3 years, what they could find is that there was a significant reduction in the fasting plasma glucose level, postprandial blood glucose level, as well as LDL level also got reduced. And all these things happened in patients who took fenugreek powder. And again, compared with the control group, people who took fenugreek group, you can see there was a 4.2 times reduction in the risk of developing diabetes in those groups. So what it tells you is that just take 10 grams of fenugreek per day, and again you can see the risk of developing diabetes actually reduces by 4.2 folds. So such a wonderful study was this. And there are again several studies to show the glucose lowering potential of fenugreek in people with diabetes, because the previous study was done in people who did not have diabetes. They were all pre-diabetic individuals. But here I'm going to project you a study. This is a meta-analysis of 10 trials. All these patients were type 2 diabetic subjects. And what happened in the study was that in people who received, in the group which received fenugreek, there was somewhere around the fasting blood glucose level reduced to 20 milligrams per deciliter, and the postprandial blood glucose also reduced to somewhere around 40 milligrams per deciliter. So which tells you that fenugreek can be used not only in prevention of diabetes, but also in management of diabetes. And not only that, you also have studies to show that fenugreek reduces the blood cholesterol levels also. Here I am projecting a study which is actually from Ethiopia. You can see they have taken 114 newly diagnosed type 2 diabetic subjects, and they were divided into 2 groups. One group received fenugreek powder 25 grams 2 times daily for a period of 1 month, and the other group received metformin. And what they could see is that people who treated with fenugreek, they had a reduction in their total cholesterol level by 13.6%, and their triglyceride reduced by 23%, and their LDL also dropped down by 23%, and the HDL improved by 21%. So what it tells you is that fenugreek not only reduces the blood glucose level, but also reduces the cholesterol levels. And how it does is that whatever dose you give it, whether you give it at 5 grams or 25 grams, as long as you are going to give the gummed portion, then that is going to work. When you degum it, what happens? The effect becomes less. So, because the acute effects of fenugreek seeds are attributable to the gummed portion. And what happens is that the fenugreek gum powder, it contains something called as galactomannan, which is a combination where there is galactose as well as mannose. And what happens is that it is a highly viscous substance. So when you add it to a milk, it can become an ice cream, and when you add it to a cocoa, it can become a chocolate. So what happens when you take this gum powder, because of the high viscosity which is there in the galactomannan, there is there will be delayed in the glucose uptake from the intestine into the circulation. So that happens. And again, it also contains another substance called trigonelline, which actually increases the insulin sensitivity. And again, it also has a soluble dietary fiber fraction, which actually again inhibits the absorption of carbohydrates from the intestine, and also it increases the peripheral utilization of peripheral action of insulin. And there is also another novel amino acid derivative which is called 4-hydroxyisoleucine, which actually it is involved in stimulated glucose-dependent insulin release. It brings about a glucose-dependent insulin release. And there are also presence of steroids here, which helps in protecting the hepatic function. Various steroids like saponins or trigonosides and glycoside D, all these things effectively protect the hepatic function. So these are the actions of fenugreek. And let's move on to next spice, that is ginger. So again, there are plenty of studies in ginger. I'm going to project this data. This data is actually from Iran. And here they have taken 41 type 2 diabetic subjects and divided them into two groups. One group received placebo. The other group received 2 grams of ginger powder supplementation for a period of 12 weeks. And what they were able to find after 12 weeks is that there was a significant reduction in the fasting blood glucose level, in the hemoglobin A1C level, as well as the apolipoprotein B and apolipoprotein B and apolipoprotein A1 ratio. All these things reduced efficiently. And there is also, I'm just projecting another meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials. There are 5 randomized controlled trials, 4 of which the duration was more than 8 weeks, and 1 randomized controlled trial, the duration was only 30 days. So what you can see is that in this meta-analysis of the randomized controlled trials, ginger supplementation actually brought down the HbA1c to a greater extent and also reduced the fasting blood glucose level significantly. So we have these compounds of ginger. We have several compounds of ginger, gingerol, you can see polyphenolic compounds, flavonoids, all these things possess potent hypoglycemic activity. And especially if you look into this compound, that is gingerol, it has some kind of an alpha glucosidase inhibitor-like activity. It inhibits the alpha glucosidase as well as the alpha amylase enzymes. So it delays the absorption of glucose from the intestine. And also gingerol has another role. What happens is that it increases the expression of GLUT4 transporters, and it also translocates these GLUT4 transporters to the muscle cell plasma membrane surface, so that there will be increased uptake of glucose from the circulation into the tissue. So this happens when you're going to give ginger. This is because of the gingerol. And again, there is inhibition of hepatic phosphorylase enzyme. So that prevents the breakdown of hepatic glycogen stores. And there is also increases the activity of enzymes, which improves the glycogen synthesis. And there are also other components like gingerol, shagool, and paradol. All these things have potent antioxidant activity. So let's move on to the next spice, that is garlic. Very commonly used garlic is called Allium sativum. So what happens? Again, there are plenty of data for garlic also. I'm just projecting one meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials. You can see this is a Chinese data. There were 9 randomized controlled trials which were involved in this meta-analysis, which included somewhere around 768 patients. And the daily garlic supplementation, the dose ranged from 0.05 grams to 1.5 grams. And what they have found was that there was a significant reduction in the fasting blood glucose level in 1 to 2 weeks, and 3 to 4 weeks, and even in 12 and 24 weeks. So whatever is the week, you can see there was a wonderful reduction in fasting blood sugar level. And they have also done the fructosamine value as well as the glycosylated hemoglobin level. They also got reduced in a significant way. You can see there was a significant reduction in fructosamine and HbA1c, which was observed at 12 weeks and 24 weeks. And not only there, at 12 weeks, what you can see, there was a reduction in the lipid level. The total cholesterol level came down, the HDL came down, as well as the HDL increased, as well as the LDL actually got reduced. So what it tells you is that in this meta-analysis, you can see there is a reduction in the blood glucose level as well as in the lipid levels. And the reason is that the garlic bulb contains alline or allinase enzyme. So what happens is that once you crush or once you chop the garlic, what happens? This alline gets converted into allicin. But if you take a raw garlic or an aqueous homogenate of garlic, what happens? In addition to this allicin, it contains adenosine also. So what happens when you, even in garlic oil, you have components, more active components like diallyl, allyl methyl, and methyl mono to hexasulfate. So what are these compounds going to do is that there are two kinds of effects. One is a rapid effect and the other one is a sustained effect. Rapid effect we can expect within a period of 1 to 2 weeks after garlic supplementation, and the sustained effect we can expect somewhere around after 8 weeks. So what happens in the rapid effect within a period of 1 to 2 weeks, there is increased insulin secretion, which was actually proven in rat models. So what they have seen is that within a period of 1 to 2 weeks after giving the garlic supplementation, the C-peptide level actually increased in the rat models. And in the sustained effect, which takes around 8 weeks to develop, what happens is that the insulin resistance got addressed. That is, the insulin resistance got decreased. So this was again proven in rat models. And again, there are sulfur-containing compounds in garlic, which is responsible for the powerful antioxidant effect. So this is how the garlics works. And again, let's move on to cinnamon. Cinnamon or cinnamomum verum. Again, you have plenty of data to support the effect of cinnamon in lowering the blood sugar in patients with diabetes. So here I am projecting a data which is from Pakistan. This is a Pakistani data. Here they have taken 60 type 2 diabetic subjects and they are divided into 6 groups. 3 groups received cinnamon in different doses, 1 gram, 3 gram, and 6 gram. And the rest of the 3 groups received placebo. So what happened? They gave the cinnamon for a period of 40 days. They assessed the patients, and next 20 days, they stopped cinnamon. So that was a washout period. And what they found was that after a period of 40 days, in all the 3 levels of cinnamon, whether you gave 1 gram or 3 gram or 6 gram, what happened? The fasting level, mean fasting blood glucose level came down. The triglyceride level came down by 30%. The LDL cholesterol level dropped to up to 27%, and the total cholesterol dropped from 12 to 26%. So even when you use 1 gram of cinnamon, you can see there was a huge drop in the blood glucose level as well as the lipid levels. And what happened? After a period of 20 days, that is the 20-day washout period was there, these effects were still preserved even after the washout period of 20 days, which tells you that the effects of cinnamon on the blood glucose level as well as the lipid levels are long lasting, and also it indirectly tells you that you need not take them daily also. So what are the reasons for that is that the extracts of cinnamon have biologically active substance that are responsible to increase the glucose uptake. So peripheral glucose utilization is happening there when you use cinnamon, and not only that, it activates the insulin receptor kinase, so that what happens, there will be maximum phosphorylation of the insulin receptor, which again will lead to increased insulin sensitivity. So the insulin resistance actually drops down here. And again, it also functions as a potent antioxidant. So these are the mechanisms in which cinnamon can reduce the blood sugar level. So let's move on to curry leaves. So very, very commonly used in all the dishes what we prepare. And you can see there are plenty of data for the to prove the effects of curry leaves in reducing blood sugar level. Here I'm going to project data which is done in animal models. So they have induced diabetes in rats, and they have given one group of rats, they have given the curry leaves. The other group of diabetic models, they gave metformin, and this they gave for a period of 28 days. And what they have found is that in people, in the rats which received curry leaves for a period of 28 days, what happened? There was a significant reduction in the blood glucose level equal to that which happened in the metformin group. So which means giving curry leaves for a period of 28 days in these rats where diabetes was induced, where hyperglycemia was induced, what happened is that the curry leaves effectively brought down their blood glucose level. So how does this happen is that these curry leaves have a higher concentration of biguanide related compounds. Even these compounds are actually rich. There are plenty in the fenugreek also, but here in these curry leaves also the BRCs, that is the biguanide related compounds, are in higher concentration, and that is responsible for the metformin-like effect. And not only that, these curry leaves also enhance hepatic gluconeogenesis, and also they diminish the glycogenolysis as well as the gluconeogenesis. And they also have been found to have an insulin secretory effect, and they also found to inhibit the pancreatic amylases. So all these effects have been proven in animal models. And again, curry leaf also contained antioxidants, and we should not forget that curry leaf is rich in fiber content. So these are the mechanisms in which the curry leaves can reduce the blood sugar. And again, let's move on to the other thing, that is the turmeric. Again, you have plenty of data to show the effect of turmeric in glucose reduction. Here I'm projecting a data which is a meta-analysis. So you can see meta-analysis of somewhere around 12 trials where they have included more than 1,100 patients. And what they have seen is that there is a significant reduction in the glycosylated hemoglobin in patients with pre-diabetes. And in patients with diabetes, you can see people who used this turmeric, what you can see, there was a reduction both in the HbA1c level as well as in the fasting glucose level. So we have plenty of data. I'm just projecting few data, one data here. And what is the reason for this reduction is that there is inhibition of reactive oxygen species production when you use turmeric here. And it has a very, very strong anti-inflammatory activity. And animal studies have found that it increases the plasma insulin level as well as it increases the lipoprotein lipase level. And again, turmeric is involved in activating the enzymes in liver which are associated with glycolysis, glyconeogenesis, and lipid metabolic processes. And again, studies have shown that even if you give up to 12 grams of turmeric per day, which is not actually required, but even if you give 12 grams of turmeric per day, then turmeric is found to be safe, tolerable, and not toxic. So this is the action of turmeric in patients with diabetes. And moving away from the usual spices which we usually use in cooking, I just want to touch upon this insulin plant. The leaves of this insulin plant, this insulin plant is widely grown around South India, and in Tamil Nadu it is widely grown here. The leaf extracts of this plant is found to have anti-diabetic properties. And again, you have several studies to support the anti-diabetic properties of this insulin plant. Here, this is an animal study done in mice. What they did, they injected dexamethasone and induced a hyperglycemia in these mice. And what they did was that one group of these mice, they gave the leaf extract of the insulin plant. The other group, they gave glibenclamide. And what they found was that in both the group, just for 10 days of, after 10 days of giving this leaf of the insulin plant, what happened? The blood glucose level dropped to a greater extent, similar to that what happened in the glibenclamide. So this shows the glucose lowering potential of the insulin plant leaves in animals, in mice model. And again, there is another study where they compared it with glimepiride, and what they have done, again, they induced diabetes in mice, and they have given this insulin plant leaf extract. And what they have found is that in rats which received the leaf extract as well as glimepiride, there was a greater reduction in blood glucose level compared with rats which received glimepiride alone, which tells you that these leaf extracts have anti-diabetic properties which are useful in animals. And again, the phytochemical screening showed that these leaves contain polyphenols or flavonoids or flavones or flavonols. All these things are there, and quantitative assessment has shown that they are present in higher quantity, and they have an elevated free radical scavenging activity. And toxicity studies have also shown that when you give, in humans, when you give the concentration up to 300 milligrams per kg, they are not toxic. And lastly, I want to touch upon this particular plant, Gymnema sylvestre. So this is called Chakkarakoli in Tamil. Again, this is again grown in southern parts of India and also in Tamil Nadu. And here, there is a study where they have given the leaf extract of this particular plant to diabetic subjects. They have taken 60 patients with type 2 diabetes, and what they have done is that they have given these leaf extract, and what they have found, for a period of 9 months they have given this, and they have followed every month and 3 months and once in 3 months and 6 months. And what they have found was that over a period of 3 months, over a period of 9 months, all these type 2 diabetic subjects who received this leaf extract, there was a significant reduction in the blood glucose level as well as in the postprandial blood glucose level. So how it works is that these leaves actually delay the glucose uptake in the small intestine, and also they have some restorative action on the beta cell function. That is, they increase the insulin release from the pancreas. And lipid studies also have shown that they have favorable effects. And what happens is that if someone consumes these leaves 30 minutes before eating, it reduces the appetite, and also it reduces the cravings for sweets by anesthetizing their taste buds. So in this way, they can be used in weight loss also. So here I have given you data supporting the usage of a number of spices which we usually routinely use in our cooking. So all these spices, to conclude, what I want to say is that we have seen number of herbs and spices we have discussed, from fenugreek to cinnamon, various things we have seen. All these spices and herbs, they possess bioactive compounds, and these compounds are found to have anti-diabetic effects. They have several mechanisms. There are several mechanisms by which they reduce the blood glucose level. All of them have antioxidant properties. They have anti-inflammatory properties, and some of them delay the absorption of glucose from the intestine, and some of them promote peripheral glucose utilization. Some of them enhance the insulin secretion, and some of them reduce the insulin resistance. So there are many mechanisms, but all these mechanisms have been proven only from animal studies. What we require is that we require large-scale randomized controlled trials in humans. Of course, there are randomized controlled trials which have been done in humans, but these RCTs are very few, and again, done in very, very small subset of people, only 40 people or 60 people or 20 people, and the duration was also 1 month or 5 months, only it's like that. So what we require is that we require a large randomized controlled trial where we can use it in a good number of people for a good number of period, so that we can establish, we can confirm the anti-diabetic properties of these spices. So as far as these trials are concerned, we have a signal now. We have a very good signal that when you use these spices, there is evidence to show that there is some amount of reduction, blood glucose reducing properties here. But so far, there is no consensus on the daily intake of these spices. But apart from the last two herbs which I have shown you, most of these spices are all an integral part of the routine ingredients which we use to prepare our routine dishes. So when you are going to use these dishes, we need not even go for a commercial preparation, but when you are going to incorporate these spices in our cooking, I think we can use them as a supplement to drugs and healthy lifestyle. So with this, I end my talk. Thank you for the patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh, for the exhaustive. I mean, you made it very simple, stating that whatever we use in the house itself can be a remedy for diabetes. And it's a nice exhaustive talk. Thank you.
I think it's really like it's one of the talk which has not been discussed much during the diabetic forums. Much has been said, like so the Indian spices and herbs, we have been using it for a longer period of time, but despite that, like the people get the diabetes, like so one needs to understand that like these things, they form the integral part of our cuisine, like so almost whatever the thing you say, like garlic, turmeric and curry leaves and all those kind of things, like so they form a supplementation, but they can never replace, because diabetes itself, it's a different disease with multiple pathogenic mechanism which we all have understood. I think your message is well taken, Dr. Rajesh. Thank you. With this, like we move on to the next session, the final part of our the lifestyle medicine. We have with us Dr. Satish Kumar, who is going to talk about micronutrients in diabetes. So what is its role? I know Dr. Satish Kumar is a very soft-spoken gentleman. He's a good academician. So he is graduated from PSG Institute of Medical Science, and he was working as a assistant professor in Ramchandra Medical College, and in fact he is a recipient of gold medal during his MD days. And right now he's practicing at Vellore, and very active API member from Vellore, like where he has conducted a lot of conferences, including the Tamil Nadu RSHA track. So over to Dr. Satish Kumar.
Thank you, sir. Now I'll share my slides. Are my slide alone visible, or is it a jumbled slide that you're seeing?
Visible, sir.
Can you see the full slide, sir? I'm sharing a portion of my slide. Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to start with 3 points. First is I'd like to thank the organizing committee of this deep club, Dr. Dharma Mithran, Chandrasekhar, Mohan, Natarajan, and Parandaman, sir, for their excellent organization, and especially keeping it virtual. This allows the whole of anywhere in person in Tamil Nadu or India, all over India, can attend it without moving out of their house. Excellent topics. The second important point is the theme, lifestyle as medicine. It is not lifestyle in medicine. Very thoughtful. And third, I would like to thank you for making me a part of this event. After an excellent talk on the herbs and other topics, my talk is going to be simple. The points that I'm going to cover will include what are nutrients, what are micronutrients, and then we'll drill down into micronutrients, the terminologies we should know when we are talking about micronutrients, and what are the pros and cons of using a shotgun supplementation of multivitamins, and why should we use that at all? Necessary supplements, and I'll summarize. This will take about 15 to 20 minutes. As we are running out of time, I'll try to keep it even shorter. First, we'll go down into basics of what is nutrient, what is micronutrient. Nutrients are chemical substances that are required for the proper functioning of the body. These are required for and this cannot be manufactured inside the body. We need to supplement it from outside. It is required for growth, repair, and protection against the diseases. It cannot be adequately synthesized in the body. That's why we have to replace it from outside. If you look at the macronutrients, nutrients are divided into macronutrients and micronutrients. First, we'll just see a superficial view of what are macronutrients. Macronutrients includes carbohydrates, proteins, and fat. They are required in large amounts, usually denoted in grams, as we know, and they provide mainly energy. What we see with the macronutrient problem is excess. The obesity is very common. Very less common is the deficiency of macronutrients, that is a protein like protein energy malnutrition like kwashiorkor and marasmus. So macronutrient problems can come. It usually comes as excess macronutrients causing the diabetes as well as obesity epidemic that we are seeing now. If you look at the micronutrients are required in milligrams or micrograms as against some macronutrients which are required in large amounts. These are usually necessary vitamins and minerals, and it is required for the prevention of diseases more than the growth of the body. Excess causes toxicity, which is very uncommon. We don't see excess toxicity of vitamins commonly as we see deficiency of micronutrients. Iron deficiency causes anemia, iodine deficiency causes goiter, vitamin A deficiency causes night times, and so on. So in macronutrients, excess is more common, and in micronutrients, deficiency is going to be more common. And we are going to drill down into the micronutrients now. So what are the classification of micro and macronutrients? Necessary macronutrients include glucose, essential amino acids, and fatty acids, which I said we need it in large amounts. That's the macro quantities. Micronutrients includes organic and inorganic substances. Organic substances includes vitamins which are fat soluble, A, D, E, K, water soluble, B1, B2 to whatever, dietary fiber, choline, and inorganic substances like electrolytes, minerals, and trace minerals. I'm not going to be going to each of these substances because that is not very necessary, and most of it we know already. What we'll now go into is what is the terminology we should know when we talk about micronutrients. The main term that we should know is dietary reference intakes. It is not a one standard definition, but it has multiple subtopics in that. The estimated average requirement is one thing we should know, because this is the amount of nutrients adequate to supplement 50% of the healthy individuals. So if you take a general population and you give an estimated average requirement of the vitamin or trace element, only 50% of them will remain healthy, and the other 50% will be either over supplemented or under supplemented. So this is not quite useful to us. The other one that is most important is the recommended daily dietary allowance, the RDA, which is commonly used. This is enough to be adequate for 97% of the population. So if you go according to the RDA allowance, if we say iron 10 milligram has to be taken, elemental iron per day, this will see that 97% of the population remains healthy. This is calculated as 2 standard deviations above the estimated average requirement. So unless we know what is the estimated average requirement, it is difficult to calculate the RDA. And we should know this is what we see in the packagings of the any food we take. If you see in the back, it will say it covers 50% of your RDA. That means if you take 100 grams of that substance, it will take care of 50% of the required vitamin X or vitamin or nutrient. So this is a commonly used terminology. Tolerable upper limit is above which it will cause toxicity, as the name itself suggests. Adequate intake is when there is no specific amount that has been calculated for a specific nutrient. Then they say this is what healthy people are taking and they're remaining healthy. So this is probably what we need. So this is not evidence-based. This is more of a prevalence, how they find out what is the requirement. So the main thing we should know about is RDA, recommended daily allowance, which will be enough to take care of 97% of their population to make them healthy. So the next topic we are going to go into is what are the arguments for and against using a shotgun therapy of supplementation. If you see, now we'll go into for prescribing supplements without testing it, because many a time we see in our practice, we prescribe many things, supplements, vitamins, trace elements without testing it. So what are the arguments for supporting this? The manifestations of vitamin deficiency can be very vague and protean. If you see most of the water-soluble vitamins, B1, B2, B3, B6, B9, all those things all have a mucocutaneous component. They'll have oral ulcers, skin manifestations, and this can be from anything. It is very difficult to focus down and say this vitamin is the cause of this problem. So it can be very vague also. Patient can have just feel depressed. That can be a sign of a niacin deficiency. Maybe it is because of B1 thiamine deficiency. It's very vague, and it can be just because he's depressed also. So very vague and protean that it is difficult to localize you to a particular vitamin by clinical examination alone. We need testing for that. Second is, it is expensive and time consuming to check for each vitamin deficiency. If a patient comes with an oral ulcer and we want to go through a panel of vitamins, it's going to be expensive to the patient and it's going to be time consuming. Instead of that, we can just write a multivitamin and see that all the vitamins that are needed are covered, and that will solve the problem. It is easier for both the patient and the physician to prescribe supplements. These are the points for prescribing supplements without testing them. Then what are the points against that? First of all, except for a few vitamin deficiency in diabetics, diabetics suffer the same vitamin deficiencies are as common as in general population. There are no specific deficiencies that happens in diabetics except for maybe one or two that we'll come across. Second, if you give a shotgun therapy, it is not evidence-based. A patient comes with fever, you give paracetamol and antiviral and antifungal and an antibiotic, you will be called a quack. Then how come giving a micronutrient supplementation with a shotgun therapy be evidence-based? It is not evidence-based. Physicians should not be doing that. That will be the argument against prescribing without confirming the diagnosis of a particular vitamin deficiency. So also we should remember a dosage of supplementation is not the same as correction. Let us take an example of iron. The RDA requirement for iron for an adult person is around 10 milligram of elemental iron. If you take iron deficiency and we are going to treat the iron deficiency, we give one tablet of, let us say, ferrous sulfate. It has 65 milligram of elemental iron. That is required in at least 1 or 2 times a day to correct iron deficiency. So if you give supplement in a patient with an iron deficiency, it is not going to correct the iron deficiency. We need to give it in therapeutic doses to treat the deficiency. So a shotgun therapy of multivitamins is not going to correct a deficiency, but it will just supplement in a healthy person. So this is a point against prescribing supplements. And not only that, if you see the multivitamin preparations we are seeing, it costs around 15 to 20 rupees per tablet, and it's huge. So it not only increases the difficulty in swallowing to elder patients with the diabetes, it also makes the overall cost of treating diabetes more expensive in the longer run. It not only does that, it increases the pill burden, the number as well as the size of the pills goes up. Finally, another argument that can be said is the patient may feel the more expensive vitamin pill is the most important because it is expensive, and he may skip off metformin and glimepiride, which are very important in the diabetic therapy, and take just the vitamin thinking this is the most important drug. So these are the points against prescribing supplements. Now we'll go into what are the necessary supplements. Here I'm going to list out a list of vitamins that we see and just run through it on what we already know. You know, fat soluble vitamins are A, D, E, K. For vitamin A, this retinol is the active ingredient. We measure retinol and the normal value is 30 to 100 milligrams per deciliter, micrograms per deciliter. And xerophthalmia, night blindness with a cirrhosis, white spot are the clinical manifestations. D, E, K we'll see later. Vitamin B1, thiamine is the commonest problem. Thiamine is the active vitamin. Beriberi is the problem because of deficiency. Dry and wet beriberi, we know. Dry is only neuropathic manifestations, while wet is the cardiac manifestation with cardiac failure because of failure of cardiac metabolics. Vitamin B2 is riboflavin, mucocutaneous ulceration, corneal vascularization, etc. B3 is niacin. We know the 4 Ds: dermatitis, diarrhea, dementia, death. Vitamin B6 is pyridoxine, mucocutaneous ulceration again. So a person coming with a mucocutaneous problem can have by B2 or a B6 deficiency, and peripheral neuropathy, anemia are all common. Vitamin C, ascorbic acid, causes scurvy. We know all this, and all of us will agree we never test for these vitamins individually. So I am going to concentrate on few of the vitamins and say what are the points for and against that. If you take vitamin B12, we know metformin causes vitamin B12 deficiency. Vitamin B12 absorption is reduced by a third in patients with taking metformin, and 10% of them will develop peripheral neuropathy. The problem with the peripheral neuropathy with taking a metformin and a diabetes is we don't know whether the peripheral neuropathy is because of vitamin B12 deficiency or it is because of diabetes. So it is difficult to do that. What does Harrison say? The new Harrison, the 21st edition says, it needs to be checked. Vitamin B12 needs to be checked periodically and checked and corrected if necessary. We'll come to whether it is necessary or not later on. The next one is the folic acid. We know folic acid causes deficiency causes increase in homocysteine. And when we treat with the folic acid in patients with homocysteine, folic acid, the homocysteine level comes down dramatically. This has been proved by multiple trials. But the problem is none of the trials show if you supplement folic acid, though the homocysteine level comes down, that there is a change in the CV outcome. So the clinical endpoint of CV outcome does not change though the biochemical outcome of increased homocysteine comes down. So the conclusion is, though there is a biochemical change, there is no role of folic acid supplementation blindly in diabetic management. The same way, combination of B1, B6, B12. This is the commonest multivitamin preparation we give for diabetic peripheral neuropathy. There is no evidence to say that this is useful in treating diabetic peripheral neuropathy, so it is one of the commonest vitamins we use. Now let us come to another vitamin D, which is vitamin D. We know the normal level of vitamin D is more than 20 to 30. We also know India has a high prevalence of vitamin D deficiency. More than 95% of us are vitamin D deficient. We are not exposed to skin, we are dark skin. So we need more time under the sun to get enough vitamin D. Older age and lack of sun exposure and obesity are all risk factors for vitamin D deficiency. With the high prevalence in India, why should we go about checking? If you know that 95% of the people in India are having vitamin D, what is the point in spending 1,500 rupees in checking and finding out that this patient has vitamin D? This is the argument against testing vitamin D. Then there are other things like chromium. Chromium is one thing that has been supplemented for ages, saying that this can reduce diabetes. They found there is a definite improvement in gestational and steroid-induced diabetes when chromium is supplemented, and the glucose tolerance also improves. But the problem is multiple small studies and no large-scale study. Not only that, the initial trials used chromium chloride and the newer trials use chromium picolinate. So trials are not comparable. The difference between chromium chloride and chromium picolinate is more bioavailable orally, while chromium chloride is less bioavailable. So it's difficult to put all these trials together in a meta-analysis to get better data. For now, the conclusion is there is no specific role of chromium in diabetes management. What about zinc? Zinc is coming up now because of immunity and all the multiple advantages it has. The reason why we should think of zinc deficiency is when there is glycosuria or any increase in urination because of, let's say, diuretics in a patient with cardiac failure, zinc gets excreted more and patient can go for zinc deficiency. But to counter that, our body increases the absorption of zinc without any extra addition of any drugs. Multiple trials have shown that there is mild zinc deficiency in patients who are uncontrolled diabetes and patients with taking long-term diuretics. But the problem is inconsistent results, and it is also very difficult to measure zinc in our body. The final conclusion is there is no role for zinc as a supplementation in diabetes management. I'll summarize it in one slide. There is only evidence for supplementation without testing for two vitamins, vitamin B12 and vitamin D. Vitamin B12, the tablet like Neurobion or Optineuron, all of those, cost less than ₹1. Checking for vitamin B12 is going to cost around 1,000 rupees. You can supplement a patient with multivitamin, very less expensive multivitamin, water-soluble vitamin, which is not going to accumulate in your body and cause toxicity, for 1,000 days instead of testing for one time to see vitamin B12. So in any patient with diabetes, I always add up one of these cheap multivitamins with the B12 so that they don't go for deficiency and I don't need to worry about it when they get peripheral neuropathy, whether it is diabetic peripheral neuropathy or whether it is B12 deficiency. This goal of giving active, this methylcobalamin is a new pharma pressure. Most of us do not have absorption problem with a natural cyanocobalamin. This is a cheap vitamin B12. Why should we prescribe expensive methylcobalamin when there is no absorption problem, and instead of that we can prescribe cyanocobalamin? So I always go for vitamin B12 cyanocobalamin preparation for any patients with metformin. Second is vitamin D. I recommend vitamin D for every patient, not only diabetics, because it's so prevalent. What is the use in testing it for 1,500 rupees and finding out that vitamin D is 8 or 9 and we need to treat that? For treating for 3 years or 4 years is going to cost less than 1,500 rupees. Why should we do it, test it and give it? Other than vitamin B12 and vitamin D, there is no evidence for supplementing any other vitamins as a standard protocol unless the patient has a specific deficiency and you are able to prove it. Thank you. I end my talk, and if there are any questions, we'll take it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing your honest views. Because it's a big, the noise in the nutraceutical industry, particularly with regard to these micro and macro nutrients, and you nicely put out the why we should need vitamin and what are all the vitamins we need. Of course, you told about vitamin B12 and vitamin D on that. So it's an excellent talk, sir. What about magnesium? In fact, again, magnesium does have some role to improve the insulin sensitivity. So maybe in the years to come, we may have more noise on magnesium also. We have Dr. Parandhaman, sir. Sir, over to Parandhaman, sir.
Yeah. Sir, that is only a great presentation. I can only congratulate the Dr. Satish for the wonderful deliberation and the micro level of all the micronutrients and macro level of the macronutrients and importance, deficiencies, and of course the complications of the excess dose. And it's really the mechanism is very much useful, especially when you use for the bronchial asthmatics, and asthma will improve. Not only asthma improves, even hypertensive patients on chronic mechanism training, it improves the hypertension and improves circulation, and even all the dysfunctions, cellular dysfunctions is improved by acting directly on the mitochondrial level, and it's very beneficial, as you rightly said. And of course, it is not possible to cover all the micronutrients, and of course, we could whatever we could possible in this half an hour of time. I think Dr. Satish has covered entirely. I really congratulate Satish sir for their wonderful deliberation. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, Dr. Mohan, sir, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, it was really an eye-opening session, sir. Basically, because we do not know which nutrients to prescribe. Sir has given a wonderful presentation wherein whichever is required, you go by scientific research. That's a great thing, sir. It was a wonderful session, sir. Thank you, sir.
And now I request Dr. U. Mohan, sir, to deliver the vote of thanks, sir.
Sir, before I want to express my views about the conference, and really that's real. Even any national conference and all these topics are not entirely covered, and even it is covered, it's not got much importance because it's so many other things. Congratulations, Dr. Chandrasekhar and the team. Of course, our founder president, Dr. Dhanamitra sir, U. Mohan sir, and our chairman, Dr. Narajan sir, and all our team. Even Jay's very wonderful involvement in this conducting such a program. I really congratulate all of our members. You have taken out so much of effort to do such a conference. It's my great pleasure to thank you all. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Over to U. Mohan, sir.
Sir, it was really an excellent session, sir. We really thank Dr. Chandrasekhar for organizing such a meet, because rarely we do have this type of meeting as such, because a lot of this thing like information has been tackled here. And I really thank all the delegates and also all the faculty members who, in spite of the busy schedule, have given a wonderful session. We really thank Dr. Karthik Balachandar, Dr. Meenakshi Bajaj, Dr. Sheila Nabiyar, Dr. N. Kannan, and also Professor Dr. Parni, and Dr. R.P. Rajesh, Dr. Satish Kumar, and also all the delegates who participated. On behalf of BCCon D Club, I thank all the members who have joined. I thank all the doctors who have joined, because it would have been an excellent session, sir. Rarely we get such speakers to assemble and then to hear from the experts, sir. I really thank on behalf of D Club, all the doctors and all the organizing team, Dr. Chandrasekhar, Dr. Parandhaman, Dr. Jaykumar, Dr. Ram Marandas, Dr. Aran Babu, Dr. Natarajan, Dr. Dhanamitran, Dr. Kannan. I really thank all the members and the doctors who have made it a great success. Over to Dr. Chandrasekhar, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I wholeheartedly thank the faculties who are readily consented to give talk and share their expertise. And I also thank all the delegates who joined with us. Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice weekend. And we'll see you in the next edition of DCC Call. Thank you, Ananda.